What is up, everybody? Welcome, welcome. Happy Friday. And happy fight day. I don't know. We're doing fighting games. And always a good time. Always mixed emotions. You know, considering whatever nonsense you guys are making me play. But, you know, we're all... It's all in the spirit of good fun. Robbie Rocket Fingers, Atomic Runner, Sanuj, Itinerant Soldier. Welcome everybody. Lurkers in chat, VOD viewers, YouTube watchers, wherever and whenever you're watching this, welcome. And I hope you're doing well. We are doing another batch of Viewers' Choice versus fighting games. And I reckon most of you here are familiar with this concept, but in case you are not, we're going to be doing some raffles, and the winner of said raffle will get to pick whichever game we're playing next. And to see the games you can pick from, you can type !VS in chat, like Itinerant Soldier just did there, and you get a link to the extravagant spreadsheet listing not only all games available to play, but also all games that have been played, when they have been played, with links to Twitch VODs, rather, and YouTube videos of said recordings. I have finally updated the most recent episode on October 1st, I think. It was about, I guess, 5 weeks ago it must have been then. We were slightly slow to reach the community goal this month, but that's how it goes. We made it. But yeah, that's up on YouTube if you want to catch up on the most recent. I mean, not that it's like episodic or anything. Well, I guess that's never mind. It is episodic. It's not. What's the word? You don't need to have watched the previous one to understand what's going on tonight. Anyway, that's my point. But yeah, so win a raffle and you will get to pick the next game. We'll play each game. In my mind, I think of it as like 30 minutes to an hour. It can vary a little bit, but usually I want to give it a proper go. So we're gonna be doing like one arcade mode playthrough or equivalent. If that goes super fast, we'll usually take another look or mess around a little bit more. If we keep going upwards of like 90 plus minutes without any reasonable chance of success, we will eventually give up and move on. This is not a challenge to complete games. This is just a way for me to chill with some fighting games, a way for me to play stuff in my backlog, games that I own that I never get around to playing. Most entertainingly, in my opinion, is when this is an opportunity for you guys in chat to pick your favorite games and educate me. You guys know that I like to keep a slight educational bent to this channel. Anytime I can educate you guys, anytime I can give backstory or lore or analysis or whatever it might be on games we play, I always find that interesting and entertaining myself. And whenever I can learn, that's even better. So if you guys can teach me the strats, you can teach me system mechanics or whatever else it might be in these weird-ass old games that I gladly buy not knowing jack shit about them, then that's great. You know, it's good enough that I get to play them, and if I get to actually learn them, that's even better. But if you just want to pick some horseshit, whatever nonsense game from the list to see me suffer, hey, you know, that works too. There's gonna be some whatchamacallits, Concoin, channel point redemption things, rewards, manage rewards and challenges. They're gonna be available later on, or some of them anyway. Hang on, let me this one we can enable. Choose my fighter. Whenever we have a game picked, we can redeem some points there to decide which character I'm going to be playing. We will have a thing that you can pick to just skip the raffle queue altogether if you are not as confident in your rigging abilities as Atomic Runner over here. You're more than welcome to spend some coins to just bypass that whole thing entirely. But in order to not get in a complete chaos here, we're going to make sure to start off with the proper raffle.
Unspeakable horror awaits you.
Mocham just subscribed for 11 months of unspeakable horror. Thank you very much for your continued support. I greatly appreciate it. 1 month away from a brand new skull. But enjoy that purple one while you have it. Thank you again. Thank you again. I appreciate it. Other housekeeping news. Before we get, like, you know, I want to give people a chance to kind of drop in before we do the first raffle. I made some updates to my merch shop after getting hassled to update or to add the my Super Metroid artwork. I have finally done so, along with some other slight updates and changes. So if I was trying to dig up the link, I guess I can just do this. So in my Streamlabs merch shop, there are now some new shirt and mug designs. If anything there happens to catch your eye. I think I also have updated the my ArtStation print store, the Super Metroid artwork up there too, in case anyone was interested in putting that on your shirt or on your wall. You've got some options there. Dan Almighty, what is up? We're not, raffle is no longer, or not yet, I should say, open. We're getting to that in just a minute. But yeah, I just wanted to give a quick PSA on some updates there. I want to make some additional updates. I also happen to see that since I updated some products there most recently, they've actually added a bunch of new stuff, and you can create more types of products now, which is interesting. One of the things that I was kind of curious about is you can do like sticker sheets, which I'm not super into it myself, but they seem kind of popular. So if there's interest, I might set up some stickers with some of my artwork, or, you know, emotes from my channel or something like that. I'm curious myself to kind of investigate that. So who knows? Unfortunately, the kind of back-end system for designing merch on Streamlabs it's not bad, but it's tedious and kind of time-consuming. So that's why I've been a bit lazy with updating stuff. Lord Tenju sticker. I mean, not the worst idea. Not the worst idea. What's up, Sword Fam? Anyway, yeah, I just wanted to mention that up top in case people are interested. Before I forget, I should also mention that these Friday streams are what they are. They're bonus streams, but we have also made some recent scheduling changes, which I kind of forgot about myself until like an hour ago. But Saturday streams will be starting earlier than before. I'm going to be starting from 1 p.m. Central European Time, so that's 2 hours earlier than previously. If you're watching from North America or maybe some other place, that might be 3 hours earlier for now, until you guys go off daylight saving. Whatever, you have the schedule, so if you scroll down on the page here on Twitch, you can see the schedule, and I think it should be displayed in your local time zone, so it should hopefully not be too confusing. I just need to remember myself so I don't end up 2 hours late tomorrow. What's up, Lamasar? Chain of Giga climbs on your car. Not the worst idea. I mean, if I'm doing emote stickers, you bet the crazy climber is going to go up there. That's not negotiable. It's this weekend. All right. Okay. Yeah. I guess I can never remember if it's like multiple weeks or fucking time zones. Man, they trip me up. I'm always confused. But yeah, trying a new Saturday schedules, and of course we're also no longer doing Thursday streams. We're doing Wednesday streams. People seem to find their way here on Wednesday for Onimusha 2, so mission accomplished, I guess. People aren't too confused about about scheduling changes. Like I said, I just wanted to mention that before I forget. Anyway. One final note before we start the first new raffle of tonight. I did a little bit of tinkering, and I have, after talking about it for these, I don't know, however many of these streams we've done, I have implemented a timer for the raffle. So it's not like an automated bot system or anything like that, anything fancy. It's super basic. But I don't know exactly what's an appropriate time. I don't want to give it too long, because I think that's been an issue. Like, whenever we do raffles, because I leave it open for such an arbitrary time, sometimes it goes really long, so people can like enter the raffle and then like leave or whatever. It's a bit inconvenient. So I just set it for 3 minutes. If that seems like super short or long, we can tweak that, but we'll give it a shot. 69 seconds, yeah, not a bad idea. I think actually the system, the thing, it's like a Twitch or an OBS extension, which is like so crude that you can only set the timer for like minute increments. You can't set seconds, you can only set how many minutes. So no 69-second countdown, unfortunately. 3 minutes will have to do. So you will have 3 minutes to type raffle in chat to join the raffle. I almost like started the timer in chat or like on stream without setting up the raffle. That would have been not particularly professional. Let's just set it up first. And boom, there we go. So, raffle is currently open. Type raffle in chat. And you will enter your name in the pool of eligible raffle winners. There's a little bit of chat delay and everything, but with the 3-minute timer, I figure we should be fine. It's not going to like automatically pull a winner as soon as the timer hits 0, but when it does, as long as I'm not asleep at the wheel, I will pull a winner. So we'll figure this out. We'll figure this out. Yeah, I mean, the thing is, like, I'm sure there are better plugins and stuff. It's just, literally, as I was setting stuff up, like, half an hour ago, like, all right, do I happen to have some way of setting up a timer thing? And I must have looked into this previously, because I had this plugin thing, or, like, extension installed, and I was like, all right, this seems a bit shitty, but I guess technically it'll get the job done, so let's try it. And, I think it's... It's about in line with the level of professionalism established on this stream anyway, so I think it works out. You know what? I think this was like originally aligned in with something else. I'm just gonna put this over here. I think that looks better. I think. Maybe? I don't know. For the poll, Simonasuke, Mark Remen, what's up, guys? Yeah, I cut my hair. I made an extremely lazy Zangief. I didn't make an outfit. I wore a very slapped together outfit for Halloween at work, but I needed a haircut anyway, so I figured why not. All right, 1 minute remaining, plus minus however many seconds to account for Twitch lag, but we've got a number of entries already. Keep in mind, of course, that if you are a subscriber, you do get extra likelihood of winning the raffle. It's a form of rigging, if you will. No guarantees, but unfortunately, there's no system to make tier 2 and 3 subscribers get additional luck that I would if I could have. Just fleece you guys even worse. But I mean, I feel like a lot of you guys are subs anyway, so it kind of cancels each other out. But you know, it's still luck. It's still random. You never know. All right, 15 seconds to go. Anyone else who hasn't joined the raffle, make sure to do it quickly. Type raffle in chat. All right. Let's go. Hey, that thing actually worked. Cool. All right, let's do it. Boom. For the poll. Congrats. You are the winner of tonight's first raffle. Feel free to take a look at the spreadsheet and find a game that you want me to play. Nicely rigged. Yeah, worked out well. The ratio of winners, subs versus non-sub. actual, like, people who have won, I have no idea. But the luck factor means you have twice. As a subscriber, you have twice the luck. How's that? I don't know. You're twice as likely to win, I guess. I guess it means as a subscriber you get like two entries for each entry, something like that. Virtua Fighter Kids. All right, let's do it. Let's do it. All right, I'm gonna need a tiny bit of setup here. I'll just hop on over to the BRB screen real quick while I do some cable rearrangement. We'll be back in just a moment with Virtua Fighter Kids. See you guys shortly. Highly relaxing music, yeah, that's for sure. All right, let me fix my capture thing here. This stops freaking out. To do the trick, and let me find my disc. You know, I have not played this game much. Let's see. Nope. Fighter Remix to Kids. There we go. Man, MJ the Mystery Hospital. What a game that was. What an absolute banger of a game. All right, let's boot it up, and I will fix this game info here. And let's actually update my thing here so I can see the game. Oh yeah, this is like CG cutscenes and shit. Dude, we got fucking Virtua jams, that's for sure. What's up, Running Wild? Kids Lau just bopping his face on the ground, doing the flip kick. The music's so good, though. All right. Shundi show. I think it's absolutely fair to call this game questionable, but I think it's also it's cool because it is such a demonstration of the absolute like gigantic power of Virtua Fighter at this point in time. Virtua Fighter was huge in Japan, and like it provided Sega the opportunity to do all these different things with Virtua Fighter on the Saturn. I mean, they had these like huge national tournaments and all that kind of stuff. Like Virtua Fighter esports were like huge, but there were also like so many different types of um, good old VF chime, like um, merch and stuff like this. So they had. Let's do that. I guess that's better. They had the Virtua Fighter CG series, the CG portrait series for the Saturn, where there were 10 individual like character like discs for your Saturn that had like an image slideshow and a song and a karaoke mode. And if you got all 10, you could mail order after the 11th dual disc. There was Virtua Fighter Kids. There's Virtua Fighter Kids Java T Edition. They did the Virtua Fighter remix, weird kind of re-release of one, and like I don't know, there's like so much shit. And even the fact that this game, unlike VF2, this game has like endings. It has a CG opening cinematic. It had all these like different modes. I don't know. It's like very. I think this game is, regardless of what you think of the game itself, both its like packaging and presentation, but also like the fact that a product like this could exist that have all this like stuff in it and like this kind of sort of love put into it and everything. It's not to say that VF2 didn't. Also, I just remember that I should get my timer going here. Give me a sec to bring that up. But yeah, it's just like this is not a game that would exist probably at any other point in time, but it made sense at the time, you know. All right, thank you, timer, for looking highly correct there on stream. Let's give me a sec here too. There we go. That looks better. So I just put the timer on here to have some grasp of how long I've been playing each game. We're not running a strict timer per se. It's not a speed run for that matter, but just to kind of keep track a little bit. Yeah, at the time, this is also when Virtua Fighter had a TV anime. I think I've set this to like infinite health and like one round. I think I've let's see, is there, yeah, default there. I think at some point we play this and I or maybe I even did it offline and just wanted to grind out some endings or something. But let's do standard difficulty and everything. I'm probably gonna get destroyed. That's usually how it goes, but yeah, the VF anime is cool. I haven't watched all of it, but I watched, I don't know, the first handful of episodes at least, and I remember really enjoying it. I actually have it somewhere. I have some like burned DVDs from like 15 years ago. The opening theme song is an absolute super banger for sure. And of course, there was also the Game Gear game based on the TV anime adaptation, Virtua Fighter the Animation, which is a super sick Game Gear game. It was released as Virtua Fighter Mini in the West. Normal difficulty, sure. 18-meter stages, random route. Sure. There's sound room and movie room. I wonder if I may have beat the game with Akira previously. Dude, like, all the effort put into all this shit. You know what? Let's save this for later. Wonder if Shenmue had been more or less popular if it was based on VF as intended. In my opinion, I don't think... By the time Shenmue came out, I think it would not have made... I don't think it would have made it more popular, because I wonder if at that point... I don't know exactly how things were in Japan, but at least certainly globally, I think tying it to something like Virtua Fighter would have probably kind of limited the audience. It could really grab, I would imagine. More content around the base game than any other VF until 4 Evolution. Yeah, there's like a lot of stuff. There's like the combo skuru, like combo editing mode. There's the license test mode, but that was in VF2 as well, I think. Okonomi Paddo. We should actually look at this, I guess. Yeah, you can do like special. You can bind these like shortcuts. Right. There's watch mode, records. For like a 1996 fighting game release, not a bad batch of modes and options. These little portraits. Like the CG models, they're okay, they're fine, they're nothing too special. Oh, we can hold up to get a different costume, which you can barely see on most of them. Alright, let's go, Sarah. Let's go. Wait. Okay. I tapped down and it confirmed. Because I selected with... I don't even know what that is. Yeah, let's start the timer. High-res mode. Stubby as shit and weird, but dude, the fucking 60 FPS high-res mode, it's pretty fucking impressive. Do the throw escape. Pretty good.
Better run home to mama now.
But yeah, of course, the chibi proportions mean you have like 0 range. Alright, もう一度. I like that there's yatta ne. Like all the text is like in Japanese. There's no, except try next stage, I guess. There's very little English text. All the names are in like katakana. Ippon me yoi. Like even the round start text is not in English. Knockout. Moichido. Like one more time. Yahoo!
Fight, 2, ready, go!
Excellent. All right, that was quick. Of course, it's a Saturn game, so the load times are damn near instant. And the voices are kind of funny. Like they're pitched up, but sometimes they sound like the rhythm of the delivery of the lines like seems weird. It's a shame matches are so quick, because the music fucking owns. I mean, the VF2 soundtrack is good, but it's like remixed too. Yeah, the arena is it's kind of drawn vibe, like the backdrop here. Oh boy, backdrop. Cool Sensha, come on! It says over the P2 life bar. It's pretty good. Did the music start over each round in VF2? I can't remember. It might be like that in the Saturn version. I'm not sure. I mean, that definitely is a thing in some games, and it definitely sucks. This is like, well, okay, it's only the 4th stage, but even so, this seems a lot easier than most VF games. I say until he fucking giant swings me. But yeah, they're like, they don't defend all that much. Yeah, like we basically get to hear the intro of these songs. Like the best is when when the music never resets. Like even when you continue, you lose and continue, the music keeps going. Like
Ready, go!
that's how it should be. That's what I wanted. Ah, I couldn't quite get the ring out. Even though you would think his head would weigh down the entire body, but yeah, it's such a bizarre thing because you would think like that any amount of playtesting would immediately reveal that the music cuts out, and that's like a bit shit. Difficulty lower because it's VF Kids. Could be, but I think it'll pick up. Nice. But yeah, all the grabs especially look bizarre because it's like the proportions, like the animations are all based, of course, on the original animations. And
Fight one. Ready, go!
smiley faces. And the way the different like body parts sort of overlap, like the arms kind of don't really quite reach around the bodies and stuff. Like, all right, Leon is usually a nightmare to fight. I was trying to go for a 2P there. I couldn't quite squeeze it in. I don't know the frame data very well here.
I won't make it a habit to fight the elderly.
Of course, in VF2 Arcade, the fight order is set. So it's not just a matter of which character is difficult, it's also at what point in the ladder you reach them. But 6 is like reasonably far into it where it would start getting hard for sure. I mean, it's like I have to...
I don't make it a habit to fight the elderly.
I have to start thinking about what I'm doing here. And or have a bit of luck. Dude, the fucking instant replay mid-round. It's like a lot harder to even like parse the animations of what the characters are doing. Because they're so stubby, you can't quite, like the poses end up being a lot less distinct.
Better run home to mama now. Fight two. Ready, go!
Hate that move. You can still see and recognize the moves you hate. I'm always like dislike fighting Leon because... Oh, dude. Nice, got him. He just has, his motions are just like kind of hard to read.
Better run home to mama now.
Just the way his fighting style kind of works. I feel like he's a character that's kind of designed to be annoying.
Fight one.
Like VF has a lot of characters that you kind of hate having to fight for different reasons. But it's not all about being annoying. That's something where Leon doesn't have that uniquely, but he is kind of uniquely annoying. The specifics of it. Yeah! Like, that's funny too, because you can tell it's definitely not the same voice clips, like, pitched up. Like, the line deliveries are totally different. Okay, that's weird, but it worked out. Let me do that. 2P wins. Just barely. As I just barely caught, there's like a Java T billboard on the building. Yeah, you see the red and white one over on the left? I guess Java T had some kind of... There was some sort of licensing deal or something, because there is a special Java T edition of this game. I don't remember exactly offhand how it differs. I just know that... I'm trying to go for a low kick. That Shundi's, like, gourd is replaced with, like, a bottle of Java tea. That might literally be, like, about it. I have no idea how it was like released or sold. I just remember hearing about it like a billion years ago. Music's pretty good. Oh. Oh, that's an overhead. Alright, I'm getting destroyed here. It's also a weird thing, like, I guess it's like the guarding animation, the way the characters, like, lean their head back. Because I guess they can't just physically put their hands up to guard. Kind of looks like you're doing some weird bobbing and weaving. It's like not a mechanic, it's just... Feel like that, you're like, I don't know. God, the fucking 2P has just no range. Oh, I was trying to do a low wake-up kick, but I think it's because I was facing the other way. I couldn't do it. That looks so weird. Like, typically when you guard attacks in VF, it doesn't... There's no, like, hit sparks or reactions, so it still is kind of... sort of fuzzy. But it's even more so here. I mean, you can't really see how anything, like, connects. Should be it. Nice. Got him. Still doing very rapid progress here. So in this game, you can set, which I did, you set the match order to random. So I guess it's just random every time. But we still have Akira left here. Tune. What else we got? Did we fight Jeffrey? I think we fought him at the beginning. Oh yeah, no, actually, I guess in this version, he does have a... That's Java T. That's not Coach. So I guess he does that in this version, too? So maybe it's just a branded thing, the disc, then. Because there is supposed to be a Java T edition of the game. Like I said, I don't really know that much about it. Yeah, see the way he, like, dodged there? That's just, like... the way blocking... or guarding, rather, looks in this game. God, like, it's so impossible to tell when you're, like, in recovery of a move. Did I drink Java Tea? Not that I know. I mean, I might have, but not... I bought bottled tea all the time, but... It wasn't like something that I was eager or excited to try out. Anyone with a headbutt has a clear advantage. It might seem that way, yes. Nice, okay. Whew, what down? We see Jeffrey do some headbutts in the intro, but it's like from a grab. At which point, I guess it doesn't really matter. Like, you can't even see what's going on. Oh, this game, like, yeah, Virtua Fighter Cyber Generation is... we played a little bit of that previously. It's not good. It's not good. Alright, that went surprisingly smoothly. There was Akira. Did we fight Lao? Fuck that up. He's like mashing like crazy. Counters. Those pink statues look pretty good. Fight someone stronger. Well, I guess I was not 10 years too early just yet, but he will probably let us know that we are, in fact. You can't really see him when you're fucking crouching either. You know, the backwards stomp. Alright, we almost heard most of the best part of the song. Also, I guess he said June and Hyanleo, but I was talking over it.
Fight! 1. Ready! Go!
He's like so oppressive.
Fight! 2. Ready! Go!
I'm matching too hard. I didn't need to do all these wake up kicks. Because he punished them every time. Alright, that's not bad. Oh, the fucking KG cancels. He blocked an attack, so I started mashing punch because I figured I might be plus.
Fight!
No such luck.
Ready! Go!
There we go. Gotta fucking frame trap him.
Yahoo!
Yahoo!
Fight! 2. Ready! Go!
I'm not sure if there's like a stagger mechanic on that throw in this game. I never played VF prior to 4 all that much. Like, I've dabbled in VF2, but not to the point of like learning a lot about it. VF3 and 4 is where a lot of things started becoming a little more standardized in terms of how things work. Like, in VF2, there's still a lot of throws that aren't performed with punch and guard. Like that throw I just did, nice. It's just like forward and punch. There's no whiff animations on throws in this game either. So, okay, that's a different win pose. Did we fight Jeffrey? I'm not sure. No, okay, it's Jeffrey. Dude, stage 10 Jeffrey, I'm scared. Dude, how is that not a throw punish? Well, we're dead. To the music. Yeah, the fight order is set to random. So it's not following the VF2 order. Great punish there. Oh! See, like, how did my fucking 5K whiff? Well, because Virtua Fighter Kids is why, but... Oh, got some headbutts.
Fight! 1. Ready! Go!
Yeah, like, how does punishing work? Like, because even that's the thing. Like, throwing is, if you're used to later Virtua Fighter games, throwing is so alien that it feels very strange to try to punish with throws. Even though throws are like they're instant, basically.
I win!
So they're not a bad punish, but when a throw doesn't come out, it's like you don't really get any feedback as to why it doesn't come out. I did the exact same thing. Dude, how is that not a punish? Of course, he starts throw escaping. So I think that's definitely one thing that makes like a lot of older 3D fighters feel very strange. The fact that like the way certain types of moves and like frame data behaves feels a little alien. Dead.
I win! Fight! 2. Ready! Go!
Accidental KG cancels. No!
Oh,
Okay. Yeah, it's just hard to figure out. Like, even in VF2, a lot of the time, I think those interactions, like when you're fighting the computer and they kind of, they frame trap you, or they just like kind of inevitably, on account of being AI controlled, they kind of have better grasp on frame data than you probably have, or at least I have personally. So it's just like very hard to know if you're plus or minus. That's never like completely clear in most games, but you can have a splash mountain. All right, you can have a more or less kind of clear idea of it, and it can be more or less kind of intuitive. In VF1 and 2, it's definitely not very intuitive, and in this it's even worse because you can't kind of see what the characters are doing. Nice. Okay, not a bad start. Got him. Okay. You're all. What you got?
Even good guys blow it.
So do you get like this game has like endings, so I'm not sure how that might have to defeat Jurl to get the ending or something. Also, it's slow motion. That's makes it weirdly difficult. No! Dude, I pressed fucking down forward kick. How's that a flip kick? Yeah, it says bonus stage, so we'll see what happens when we inevitably lose. I just pressed punch and got the throw. Okay, that buffered very strangely. I mean, you can react to things in a kind of different way, but it's still very strange. Nice. Okay. Excellent. Open her mouth. Oh, I tried to press too soon. Yeah, VF2 rules, like, you can get kind of stuck. Oh, yeah. No, I pressed it too soon. Well, we took a round. That's not bad. All right, we still get the ending. Nice. All right, the Cornet. That's a good run. Endings in this are pretty sick. Good and bad endings. I wouldn't completely rule it out, but seems like a lot of effort. All right, we get the classic BF staff roll with the replays. Yeah, I guess we became a agent of Judgment 6, so we had to take out Jackie. Rip Jackie. All right, well, that was surprisingly quick. On normal difficulty, I would expect more. Okay, all right. Guard plus left and right. Like very overly elaborate music, though. Nice, you can throw it. Hey! Top ranked time. Game over. So I wonder if, I guess that would have been character specific times, because Pretty sure I had a save with the Akira's ending. You had to die. Yeah. Let's just check real quick. Funny though, there's no proper or like typical, I guess I should say, training mode. It wasn't quite standardized at this time for sure. There may well be. So we set this, yeah, with normal health, match count, round time. Okay, Shun. Normal difficulty, ring size, fight order, random. So yeah, there's sound room and movie room. So I'm guessing Sarah's gonna show up. Yeah, there we go. Hit Girl, Sarah. That's the name of her ending. So let's take a look at Akira's ending. We half watched the beginning of it before. The end. All right, that's pretty good. Pretty good. I mean, this is a charming game, sort of fam. Like, it's not great. Like, it's a bit awkward to play, but it's got a lot of charm, and I'm sure you can find like all the Virtua Fighter stuff, except for like the Dural CG Portrait disc, which was, like I said, mail away only thing. So, like, that's a kind of a rare thing, but all the Saturn Virtua Fighter regular releases are like dirt cheap. They're like the cheapest Saturn games around. Dude. Song test. There's some voices over this, I guess. Nope, not quite over that. Okay, I see.
I refuse to believe that I'm that weak.
Oh, there's sound effects. Sonic. These chimes, they're so fucking good. Okay. They just don't play anything. Okay. All the announce clips are just silent for some reason. Did I break something? Okay, that was weird. I mean, I got one of my copies of Virtua Fighter Remix I got for 50 yen. Like back then, it was like literally, like you could get lots of games on Yahoo Auctions, and you'd pay 500 yen for like, or like it could be like, I remember one of the lot, I paid like 1,000 yen for a lot that had Guardian Heroes, Dead or Alive, I think, and like, I think those were the two games that I like wanted. And then it had like some J-League soccer game. I think there was 2 copies of Fighters Mega Mix and some Pacha slot game. Like every lot of games you'd buy on Yahoo Auctions were pretty much guaranteed to have at least one copy of either some Virtua Fighter game or like Fighters Mega Mix, which was also like super duper common. But I mean, yeah, those were the days. Pretty good sound test screen anyway. As far as like, yeah, profits, you could easily, like games would have commanded more of a price here for sure. But at the same time, in my experience, it might have changed now, but I definitely had some games that I tried to sell, and it was a struggle because there's such a small market for it that even stuff that like you know, I had a copy of Chrono Trigger. Well, I still have it. That I was like, you know, I should sell this because that's something that at least has like name recognition. I had other like RPGs and stuff that I couldn't sell for any amount of money, and some stuff I did manage to sell went for such a low amount that it just like I never did it again. I did it like once. I put up a bunch of games on auction, but like the effort I put into putting, even if it was mostly copy pasted, just like putting the description up and putting some pictures or something to make sure that, you know, people might be interested in it, like that wasn't worth the money I got for it. And I just like couldn't be bothered. But I guess probably some things, and like I said, now it might be different, but yeah, my experience was that it wasn't, hypothetically a profit could have been made, but you would have to have the right reach or like sort of target audience. Yeah, I mean, you know, the kind of games, I mean, it was a bit different then, but the games I buy now, yeah, of course, I can't, those, you can't sell those kinds of games for sure, but depends on what it is. Like, you have to be selective about it, I think, yeah, for sure. Anyway, that was Virtua Fighter Kids. Spent about half an hour. We finished a run and messed around with it and had a good time. So I would say that it is time for a new raffle. So I almost did the same exact thing again and put it up on stream before I actually set up the raffle. So let me set up the raffle. Subscriber is 2 times more likely to win the giveaway, it says here, and that's about correct. And there we go. Raffle is now open. For the bowl, thank you for the pick. I enjoyed that. That was fun. Oh yeah, I should go to the spreadsheet and update that. You know what? Let's go back to the sound room and listen to about a minute or two of Akira's theme. Since we're just kind of waiting here anyway. Virtua Fighter Kids. Where do we have that on the list? There we go. Virtua Fighter Kids has now been played. Today is 2021-11-5. It's the 5th today, right? I think so. Electro Altruism feeling confident about their rigging ability. All your cryptocurrency spent on new rigging software. So it's a software-only solution, huh? No hardware. Well, we'll see how that works out for you. Still waiting on the Battle Royal wrestling match for the raffle. It's an entertaining idea. I definitely am a big fan of dumb, elaborate raffle things. But I think it needs to be proportionate to the thing you're raffling for. It's like it takes an hour to set up and another 25 minutes to see it play out. Maybe not so worth it to try to do multiple times a stream, but I agree, stuff like that is fun. This is not the most exciting way to do something like this, but it's functional, and I'll take that. 1 minute left for this raffle. But yeah, this is kind of bearing out what I figured was the case, that most people are around and are eager to join in, and you know, some people might be slightly AFK or half watching and join the raffle in later on, but like most people join in the first like 30 seconds anyway, so I think 3 minutes seems reasonable. Last chance-ish, 30 seconds left to join the raffle and have your chance to pick game number 2 for tonight. Oh yeah, I should... Dude, I always fucking forget. I'll do it as soon as this raffle is done. I will enable the thing. Fucking music. All right, there we go. Good timing. Let's go. The winner is Sunfire Lord. Congrats. Raffle is no longer open. So let's close that away. Code to make one just throws a lot of people in the ring and then throw each other out. Yeah, I mean, it would be fun to do something like that. Unfortunately, I'm not a programmer. Crypto's a scam anyway. Yeah, definitely. I mean, I think that about confirms it, doesn't it? If that didn't work, then what good is it? Sunfire Lord, what is it going to be? What game are we going to play? Let us know. We'll swap tracks in the meantime. Whoops. And I shall enable the pick the next game reward, as I keep forgetting. Sword fam, let's not even joke about NFTs. That's just no fucking thanks. That's all I have to say about that. Sunfire Lord, are you with us? Please give a sign of life so we know that we're about to get a game pick. If you don't pick a TMNT game, nobody will. I wouldn't be so sure, but if that's your pick, then I'm happy with that. Let me get my windows in order here. So, just to confirm, I take it that we're playing TMNT Mutant Warriors. Is that the? Is that what we're going with? Music. I think I should have it over here. I just want to confirm that I don't misread your intentions. All right. Very well. There we go. I have my extremely deluxe homemade custom box for TMNT Mutant Warriors. So I guess we shall well, I guess we'll just quit out of this, as cool as this is. Okay. I just want to reset my Saturn safely. Is it too much to ask? Or are we just getting a black screen here? Fuck it, I guess we'll just do this then. That's a scary noise. That's fine. Super. Okay, yeah. Let me just hold back here. Famicom, yep. So this is definitely a game that I'm sure chat people may very well be more familiar with than I am. I'm only very superficially familiar with this game. This is a game that actually has a very thriving competitive scene. In addition to a lot of people who just kind of liked it at the time and such. I'll show this case off in a second. Let me just see if we can get the game here working. I guess we'll do this. Look quite right. A very unnerving crackling. Probably didn't work either. Look super dusty or anything. But I know that the contacts on my Super Nintendo aren't necessarily super duper reliable. Oh, that's like painful. Cables are in properly. Let me just double make sure here. If I confirm that this cartridge worked, but okay. I just popped in another cart so I can. Yeah, here we go. This is Septentrion. We're not going to play that. I just wanted to have something with a signal that I knew was working. So I definitely know that my TMNT cartridge works. It's just that it's oh, hey, see, there we go. Whoa. So let me hop on over here real quick. So yeah, this is one of those custom boxes that I made. I've shown some of these before. And this is, of course, Mutant Warriors being the Japanese titles for the game you may know better as Tournament Fighters. So it's always exciting to kind of reformat tall Super Famicom boxes. So if I'm just making assumptions here. If people in chat happen to be unfamiliar with your typical Japanese Super Famicom box, this is what they look like. They're basically the size of a VHS cartridge. And as you can see, the form factor is quite different between these. So they were called the universal game cases. They're no longer being made and sold, but they're designed to house like NES or Mega Drive or Super Nintendo cartridges. Not all of them perfectly, but well enough. And they're basically formatted not identically, but very, very close to the same proportions as a Mega Drive box, which are, of course, like my favorite game boxes. Because Super Nintendo, because they all come in these shit cardboard boxes, you're inevitably going to end up with a lot of just loose cartridges. And I like, as you guys are probably aware, I'm a big fan of game cover arts and packaging. So I created this like template with the Super Famicom logo design and the spine design and everything. And I've designed a couple of these covers. I still have intentions of designing more at some point for some games that I have that I would like to just have a nice box for. But of course, it's reliant on having scans of the original artwork and stuff. So this one was actually quite the procedure of like the scan that I had for this was like really lousy quality. Let me see if we can get some focus here. So I had to do some a lot of trickery to kind of get as clean of a look as I was able to. And then this kind of red frame around it. Like, so the logo is completely like I forget if I like recreated this or if I found like a vector version somewhere, but like the layout has been all kind of pieced together from different sources to make it work for this. So that's like, you can kind of see the art kind of stops, and then I just kind of had to fill in with the backdrop, but it kind of works. And the thing is, like, a lot of Super Famicom boxes are like, one of the reasons I don't like Super Famicom boxes nearly as much as Mega Drive ones, setting aside the whole cardboard issue, which is a big deal, but from a purely artistic like aesthetic standpoint, you can see here, if you look at the top, like right behind the Super Street Fighter 2 logo, you can see that the artwork just cuts off. It just stops. And that's like really common. You just have like artwork that's commissioned that just does not fit the proportion of the box. So there's these like big frames and just like empty black voids behind the logos and stuff. And it's still like really whack. You have actually, let me see. Bandai were generally pretty good, actually. So this is a great example, not my absolute favorite cover art, but it's a good example of a cover that actually makes proper use of the entire canvas. It even has like nice kind of wraparound backdrop. The actual art doesn't wrap around, but the backdrop kind of does. But most of them, it's much more common to get this kind of thing where the art just doesn't fit. So if you were to fit this, I mean, this is, of course, this is the like poster for the movie, and this artwork was used for a lot of other stuff too. But if you took this artwork and you actually fit it in a canvas that's shaped like this, it would fit much better. So there's actually quite a few Super Famicom games that are quite easy to translate to this template because they kind of fit it better than they fit the original boxes. Yeah, so for the back design, it's like kind of lacy. So this is basically just a straight scan of the original box where I kind of added this thing to the side just to make it fit. Because I couldn't be fucked. Like, it's one thing to redesign the front cover with the artwork to kind of fit the different aspect ratio, so to speak. But redesigning all of the back for that is just like, too much effort. But I have done that for a few games. I have done a custom box for Castlevania. I don't have that game, so I don't have the box printed. But Castlevania is in a horizontal box. And what I did was I took the artwork from that box, which has like a stained glass window. If you remember, we played the Castlevania collection. We played the second Game Boy Castlevania game the other week. And we looked at a little bit of the artwork stuff. And the back has like this stained glass window with Simon on it. So I kind of recreated that in this like vertical layout and added screenshots and stuff. Like, it can be fun, but a lot of the time I'm more concerned with the front cover. But yeah, I just wanted to show this off because I don't really get to show and talk about these all that frequently. So anyway, let me update this. So I guess you'll see here in a second what the original box looks like. So you can kind of see that this is a good example too. Like they tried to add a little bit of flair to it with that kind of shape to the edge. It's not just a flat, it's not completely cut off, but the art just stops and then there's the logo. So it was reasonably easy to kind of cut that part out and reshape it to kind of fit I guess this way you can kind of see them side by side. And so, you know, it works out, but I like this box better. Dan Almighty redeemed the pick for April O'Neil. Well, that might prove difficult because she's not a playable character in this game. I can pick Asuka, who is... I don't know if I can say close enough. I guess she's the sole female character in the game. I think it was pretty cool. But if you want to make another pick, Dan, feel free to change your pick. Let me hop into the options mode here first. Level 3. All right, we'll probably get our ass kicked here, but first, okay, it's a 4-button game, I guess. 60 seconds, normal, high speed, stereo sound. Oh, we'll Turtle Combat. Okay, I was like, what the hell was he saying? Let me get the timer on there. We got Shredder, Leo, Raph, Dawn, Mike, Armagon, Wingnut, Chrome Dome, and Asuka, and War. Yeah, they changed. So I think that technically, I think the US version came out first, but so I guess it's a matter of semantics, which version you would consider the edited version, but they are different. But let's go with Asuka. Why not? Because she does look different in this version. This might be interesting for people who may not be familiar. Martin, this is so good. I think she may be an original character in this game. I'm not actually super knowledgeable on like deep turtle lore. I remember having heard at some point that she was meant to be Karai or some other character, or for some reason they had to or wanted to change. I don't know. Here, we got some solid Super Nintendo letterboxing. She's got like an uppercut, right? There we go. Quite heavy screen shake. Voices are like pretty crisp though. The audio, like the Super Nintendo reverb, isn't too terrible. This is going to be the character from the third movie. Okay, yeah. I don't know if there's like a source on that, but I mean, sure, that seems not entirely impossible. Ooh, fucking air dashes. Can I just chip him out? There we go. I had to hit him twice more. Yeah, so I do think her bouncing chest in the wind pose was not in the US version. And her outfit is a little more revealing. Like she's got like shorts in the overseas version. Yeah, the stages in this are pretty cool. I mean, like I said, it's a very nice looking game, and as I said, this game does have a pretty dedicated competitive scene. I mean, it's like a Yankee console fighting game for sure. It's not like a, you know, arcade masterpiece or anything. But as far as those games, like it's kind of transcends its status as a console. Like, because generally speaking, you know, fighting games and the kind of competitive scene, especially, they're kind of forged in the arcade. So,
Round 3, fight.
Like games that don't kind of go through that, and games that aren't made by people with that kind of experience and savvy, tend to just not hold their weight, you know, when it comes to like being played competitively. And not even just that, but just in general, like, there aren't really, like, console, like, fighting games developed for console, and I'm speaking of the 90s now, of course, it's different nowadays, but at that point, you know, oh, there we go, finally chip him out. A fighting game made for console just, like, was never gonna stack up against arcade fighting games. Kind of like beat-em-up games, too. Like, you do have your Streets of Rage that basically... I mean, it has, like, Streets of Rage 2 and 3 definitely... if they were arcade games, there are things that would be different about them, probably, in terms of pacing and length and that kind of thing. But mechanically and how they feel, and they're, like, yeah, they sort of stack up, but that is... like, compared to the dozens of extremely mediocre and tedious console beat-em-ups, like, that's an anomaly. And with fighting games, it's kind of similar. Both heavies for Super, thank you. Great, mutagen, alright, sounds good. Ooh. Her specials aren't, like, super easy to hit. Whoa! And okay, iframe there. Like her light crouching kick is also a slide. That's you can't like stick out of just like a typical crouching light kick, because that's what that looks like. Like the heavy kick is, I'm sure, longer and more negative, but even her crouching light kick is like quite negative. But yeah, like the Sailor Moon game is another game. I mean, it's probably my impression of it, not being terribly knowledgeable, is that it's Probably a little more of a kind of Mortal Kombat trilogy, Marvel 2, whatever you want to call it, type situation where it's like kind of a nutty game. Not to say it's poorly designed or a bad game, but this game just like feels really solid. And you know, compare this to the Super Nintendo version of Street Fighter 2 or something like that. This kind of feels like it could have been an arcade port. And I don't know if that's quite the same with that game, but it's definitely a game that is enjoyed and played by a lot of people. Yeah, I'm excited for the new TMNT game, and I say that as someone who really does not care for the Konami arcade beat 'em ups. Didn't mean to jump there. Ah, that was bad punish. Oh, that's punishable. That's so shit. But yeah, I think the Yahoo! Kachata yo! I won! It's fun. It's like weirdly hard to read the like the gray shadow. I hope I have infinite credits, but we'll see. So is there like an alternate color? Oh, I think so. I guess we're gonna be more yellow now. But yeah, like from the footage they've shown of what was it called? Shredder's Revenge or whatever. It looks very different from the Konami games. It's obviously extremely like faithful and respectful of it, and kind of owes a lot to those games. But in terms of how the actual interactions and how the combat mechanics look, it doesn't look like those games at all. Because I like Konami arcade beat 'em ups. Everything that isn't Violent Storm basically has like an awful feel to it. Oh, Crime Fighters 2 is alright. Oh, fuck, I keep doing that crouching light kick by mistake. Get him out of the air, of course. Like, it has a very sloppy kind of feel. Like, the X-Men game feels like shit to me. The TMNT games don't feel good.
Round 2. Fight.
And it really does not look like they are sort of copying the game to that degree. What's that start jump? Oh, of course. I mean, I know I'm a contrarian. I know most people like those games, but getting thrown. But that actually seems... Oh! Fucking hell. I wanted to punish, but it's just a little bit too late. I mean, I don't think they're bad games. I don't dislike them, but I think the feel of the combat is quite unsatisfying. Is that our standard, or is it a slightly different color palette? I guess we'll see.
Round 1.
Oh, okay, no, it's just the default. But this is the second opponent. We might struggle a bit with this game. Yeah, I've got the moves unlocked, but thank you. I wasn't sure if you had any more moves. It doesn't look like it. Right? Yeah, it looks like I can kind of... Oh, shit. Well, I guess that her heavy punch is not cancelable. Light punch works. See, that's the thing, like, where you can kind of tell this isn't an arcade game. Like, some of the designs of the characters' normals are, like the ranges, it just seems kind of awkward. Not to say you would never see that in an arcade game, but you wouldn't really see it in an arcade game from a reputable company.
Round 2. Fight.
And, like, she doesn't seem to have a good anti-air normal. I mean, that's not like a fault or like a flaw in. She can just be designed not to have one. She does have an uppercut. Like barely comboed. See, like, it cancels, I guess, but it doesn't connect at all. Why did I jump? Did I just... a weird chime noise there. That has been working. Oh, I guess... oh, maybe the chime was the super meter. I wasn't paying attention. I just noted that I didn't make him block much recently, which seems to be the main way of building meter. Nice. That was a good combo. Is that a stun? Alright, that went well. Oh! Didn't do the fucking light slide. Got like pretty good coverage. Thanks, she traveled very far. Forward heavy kick. Alright, okay. We're getting there. All that cash. I like that they brought Mike into the studio so he can be passed out on the floor. It's pretty good. Oh, dope. See, this is a character too that I don't remember or recognize. I know that it's like an actual character, but
Round 1.
I have like no recollection of this character. But like I said, you know, I'm not really... I mean, I enjoy the Turtles and everything. I read some of the comics, but I'm sure I didn't watch all of the cartoon. And there's stuff that I just don't quite recognize. Okay, super. Oh, okay, that seems kind of good. It'll beat out other projectiles, that's for sure. So this game, of course, well, I shouldn't say this game. This game concept was developed. There's at least 3 different versions. I forget if there's a Game Boy version, but there is a Mega Drive game and an NES game, and they are all completely different. They really only share the name. Oh shit, I thought I was stunned. They really only share the name and the basic premise of being a versus fighting game. Because the mechanics are different, the storyline is different, the character rosters are different. Graphics are all different, like everything is different. They're different games altogether. In the Mega Drive game, you're fighting these like alien evil clones. And like all the backgrounds are like weird Giger Guts alien shit. And yes, April is in the MD version, as is Casey Jones, I believe. I think that has a smaller roster. It has like the Turtles. It's got Casey Jones and April. Shredder, I guess. I don't remember who else is in it. I haven't played it much because it's like not a very good game. It's a very strange game. It's got a bug and a manta ray. Is that Ray Fillet is in that, I guess?
Round 1.
It's like TMNT characters, but it's like, yeah, it's funny because it's going hard on that kind of alien vibe and everything. But it also has Casey and April, who are both conspicuously missing in this game. Kind of cool. They have like voice clips that sound a lot like the arcade game. I don't know if it's the literal exact same clip, but I mean it might be. The throw sound. Oh, I'm not dead somehow. Dude, it's fucking. Ah, the move is so shit. And yeah, like the NES game, probably a decent game, but it is an NES fighting game, so you know, kind of is what it is. Oh, fucking hell! It's just like it's like hardwired in my brain. To do like crouching light kick as like your safest possible move. It's just like how every 2D fighter works. That's a bad jump. I like that the poster winks at you, but even the fact that you get this much animation, like the backgrounds for sure are very good in this, because you would see even arcade fighting games having like fairly basic backgrounds sometimes, and like it's not just that the art is very nicely drawn, but the layers and the animation. Not that it's an arcade game, but the Asuka 120% game that we played on PC Engine some time ago, which, by the way, that's also a series of highly competent and sick non-arcade fighting games. But one of the, like, blatant shortcomings, presentation-wise, in those games are, like, the highly static, single-layer backgrounds. Oh, shit, I'm stunned. Ah! So if your life bar is flashing, does that give you anything, or is it just warning you that your life is low? Dynamite with the draw this game redemption. Kind of waiting for when we'd get the first one of those for the evening. They tend to crop up during these fighting game streams. Heavy punch is cancelable. You're just spacing ends up making nothing connect. Do I have a lot of hours on this one? No. I was trying to think of a joke, but no, I have single-digit hours, if that. I've barely ever played this game. I don't know this game very well at all. I've seen stuff here and there, but not to the point of like knowing how anything works. We might.
Round one.
I mean, I did get a request to play this character. We've seen her plenty. I don't mind playing her. She would have been my pick anyway. But we might mess around with some other characters too. I was trying to sort of trade with it. Fucking hell, like the AI is rough because you can't really jump in. Well, Leo doesn't have an uppercut like Mike, but he did jump. He'd like air to air and hit me out of it every time I tried to jump him. But he will keep tossing projectiles. Oh, that's not bad. Nice. Okay, that chipped quite a bit. Okay, okay. So basically, he actually has a pretty long recovery on the projectile, and it seems like I can jump over it and kind of punish.
Round three. Fight.
Not fully, like, 100%, but kind of. Oh, that did connect, I think. Yeah, see, he does like that jumping slash not that move, but well, sometimes that does that too, I guess. See, but I can actually like hit him like that. Okay. I might not take it, but oh, I didn't mean to mash. Oh, I had the super too. I just was able to back off. But okay, I got enough of a hang of this. We'll get it next time. Yeah, but that's the thing too, like the game actually has like supers and like flashy moves. Like it feels very elaborate for console fighting games. Like you wouldn't necessarily see even having supers in general. I think this game was fairly early with it. Like Art of Fighting has the Ryukorambu. Fatal Fury 2 has like the universal desperation moves. But that was like kind of a cutting edge feature in 1993 for sure. Dude, the input buffer is like very generous, I guess. Ah, fuck the cancel. Wow, okay, that didn't kill him. Ah, should've. That didn't really seem to do more damage on hit than it did on block. That's kind of strange. He's got like really good normals. Oh, I'm stunned. Okay, I'm pretty much dead now. No! Fucking hell. I didn't mean to do the shitty crouch slide that's garbage. I didn't mean to... well... yeah, it's sometimes hard to get the cancel out. You kind of stick out a jab, and then they recover in time for it not to combo. I mean, that's not... that happens in Street Fighter 2 all the time, so that's not like an indictment of the game. I'm just... I wish I had better execution, is all. This is definitely a pretty hard game. I mean, there were plenty of lower difficulty levels we could set, but on default setting, it's like putting up quite the fight. No, I didn't mean to jump. Oh, my Super Nintendo D-pad over here. Oh, fucking input reading. Okay, sure. Man, we were like getting pretty close there, and now we're struggling again. Nope. He seems very rough, yes. Oh, okay. I guess Mike, I could pretty easily... it probably has to do with the hitbox of his uppercut. Like, he's programmed to not anti-air you if you cross him up. It's funny, like, Leo didn't used to do that flip at all in the beginning. But now he's, like, doing it reliably. And he can, yeah, it'll hit on both sides, so... cross-up, wake-up cross-up's not a good idea.
Round one. Fight!
Like, the instant I tap the, like, a light attack, he'll flip. No, what? Oh, like I'm so like pressured into jumping because I can't just stand there. Like I want to, like if I have enough room, I want to make him throw a projectile.
Round 2. Fight.
But his pokes are so long that he can kind of poke quite well.
Shining cutter. Shining cutter. Shining cutter. Shining cutter.
My damage is so shit too. Stun.
Shining cutter. Shining cutter.
I'm not dead, but nice. Okay, I was trying to mash out an uppercut, but I'll take a reversal throw. Damage seems a bit strange in this game. I'm not sure. I mean, even SF2 has like mad random damage, so
Round 3.
this game might as well. But
Shining cutter.
that was a heavy kick I traded with. Not a great trade, but not a terrible one.
Shining cutter.
I didn't realize I had a stun there. But...
Endless screw. Shining cutter.
Oh my god, how was he? Well, okay. Like, how was he plus? But, dude, how the fuck did that hit? I get so flustered there. I don't have a good anti-air normal, and I don't really have time to... I don't know. It's very possible that her uppercut actually works really well there, but I'm not looking for the jump, right? Like, I'm bad at reacting to jump-ins in games in general, but I'm gonna be... It's difficult to react to something if you're not expecting it. And I have to, like...
Shining cutter. Shining cutter.
be on the lookout for other stuff.
Shining cutter. Shining cutter.
And it worked out well, even though that's not what I kind of wanted.
Shining cutter. Shining cutter. Shining cutter. Shining cutter.
Yeah, that was a bad time to jump.
Shining cutter. Shining cutter. Shining cutter. Shining cutter. Shining cutter. Shining cutter. Shining cutter.
Good damage.
Shining cutter. Shining cutter. Endless screw.
I don't know if it's like a guts thing that you take less damage when you're on low health, but every time there's like 1 pixel left, I have to hit him like 3 times. Yeah, the input reading
Round 2.
can be a little bit rough too.
Shining cutter. Shining cutter.
That move, the butt move, does not win against his projectiles, like even remotely. Regular standing heavy kick, pretty good though. Oh, fuck.
Shining cutter. Shining cutter.
See, I'm happy to trade now. Whoa! You can get that quarter circle move by mistake so easily. Okay, I can't really trade as fireball trap. Oh my! Okay. I was like, the instant I saw that he was doing the spin, I was like, cool, I'll just slide kick. Nah, he'll just flip out of it.
Round 3.
Is that like a thing you can do?
Unspeakable horror awaits you.
Shining cutter.
Basehole, thank you very much. Unspeakable horrors. That's what we got. Oh shit, I thought I stunned. I must have hit him out of something.
Shining cutter.
Not poop. That is indeed an apt description of this game. Good game.
Shining cutter.
Oh, that's even a stun. Okay, I thought I was just getting knocked out of the air, but... Let's try to set up a tick throw, but you can't fucking tick throw an input reading AI. It's not gonna work. Yeah, her stand light kick and heavy kick use the same animation, and it's got very good range and like not a lot of startup, so it is good. It's a good poke. But even the heavy kick doesn't seem to trade that favorably, like with his projectile, like the damage.
Shining cutter.
You look at it, like I don't. Like I go from a crouch block to hitting neutral heavy kick, and I get like quarter circle back kick. the range on that though.
Shining cutter! Shining cutter!
Being cornered like this, like, kind of fucked.
Shining cutter! Shining cutter! Shining cutter! Shining cutter!
He does often do 2 of them in a row. Ah, I did a neutral heavy kick.
Let's kick down!
Like in mid-screen or when I have him cornered, like
Round 2.
I can manage.
Shining cutter! Shining cutter!
That his heavy kick is pretty good too.
Shining cutter!
See, I'm kind of hanging out in neutral to have something to react to. That's a stun.
Shining cutter!
Okay, there we go. Like the super, I don't know. Even when it hits, it does about the same damage as like a standing heavy kick. It seems. It does do good chip at least.
Round 3.
I mean, it's worth throwing it out, but
Shining cutter!
yeah, look at the damage. Like
Cutter!
jumping heavy
Shining cutter!
punch does like 3 pixels.
Shining cutter! Shining cutter!
Too far, I guess. No, that was supposed to be a neutral kick.
Shining cutter! Shining
Oh,
cutter!
I lost the meter.
Shining cutter! Shining cutter! Shining cutter! Shining cutter!
I mistimed the meaty. But this, as soon as I did it, I was like, fuck it, he's gonna do an invincible wake up and just hit through my attack probably. But no, he just comboed 3 light kicks. I mean, that was my bad. I mistimed the meaty. I was so nervous. I was like, all right, I gotta just lay a hitbox on him when he wakes up and chip him out. But the thing is, like, he might even have, even with his life bar empty, he could have survived blocking at least 1 hit. Like, that has happened in the past.
Shining cutter! Shining cutter! Shining cutter!
Close heavy kick is a thing, I guess. Stun. Oh, whoa, that's cancelable? Okay. Maybe like all normals are cancelable or something. I wouldn't put it past a game like this. Kinda seems like it.
Shining cutter! Shining cutter!
Whether it's a good idea to cancel, of course, is a different matter, but... Trying to super! Alright, okay. Like, being able to cancel pokes into specials is pretty good, but if the special itself is just gonna make it more unsafe, then it's not necessarily a good idea.
Round 2. Fight! Shining cutter!
Okay.
Shining cutter!
I didn't mean to jump.
Shining cutter!
The thing is, I'm like so conditioned to to look for any
Shining cutter!
movement on his part and just like jump in. I'm sighing because I was like trying to go for a tick throw, even though I should know that that's a terrible idea. I actually did kind of try to mash out an uppercut there, but I didn't do it well, so I'm not surprised it didn't come out.
Fight! Shining cutter!
See, that's decent damage.
Shining cutter! Shining cutter!
Oh, that's a stun. No! Trying to do a close heavy kick. See, now I lost my advantage.
Shining cutter!
Oh yeah, I tapped the button. Oh, and I'm stunned, and I'm not quite dead, but
Shining cutter, shining cutter.
yeah. He's so plus when he does like the meaty like that. I mean, that's a trap. That's a frame trap, literally. I should not have pressed a button there. Even jumping, I probably would have got caught by that projectile, but I was so flustered. And it would have felt like if I'd blocked a second projectile that I would still... I mean, that's like a classic Ryu thing in Street Fighter 2, right? When you have them cornered.
Round one.
If you hit with a heavy fireball,
Shining cutter,
there's enough block stun where they will not be able to do anything else.
shining cutter.
Like if they try to jump.
Shining cutter.
Yeah, stun. That worked out very well. I don't know the specifics of it. I can tell for sure that when he hits me meaty, like I've gotten hit out of stuff trying to press a button after that so many times. That's definitely
Round
plus.
two. Fight. Shining cutter.
So when he jumps back like that, that usually means a diamond cutter is coming.
Shining cutter, shining cutter.
Shining cutter? I don't know.
Shining cutter, shining cutter.
Probably diamond cutter, right? No, that's not what I meant to do.
Shining cutter, shining cutter. Shining cutter, shining cutter.
Of course.
Shining cutter. Endless screw, shining cutter.
I almost fucked that up, but we got it. Finally. Finally. Get fucked, Leo. That only took us like, what, 20 minutes? But hey, we got Chrome to him first try. Maybe there's some other pushovers coming up. Raph, your least turtle? Or least turtle? Least favorite turtle? It was always my favorite. Oh, it's maybe not fair to say always my favorite, but I always liked him. Ooh, actually. Pretty good, I guess. Of course. Pretty cool bonus stage, just like keep dropping more saves. Or maybe we're done. Big old vault door. Yeah, this is a cool bonus stage. Perfect, 10,000 more points. What stage was that? Did it say stage 5? It flipped by really quickly. All I know of Armageddon is, if I recall, he's got some weird, like, air swimming move.
Round one. Fight.
Got, like, some kind of air mobility situation. So, of course, strats are gonna have to be learned for each move, or each match, but I have a better sense of my normals, at least. Oh boy, okay. Asuka's like close heavy punch. It's kind of weird. It doesn't behave like you expect a close heavy punch to behave. Seems like I kind of bait the uppercut. Oh yeah, there's the air swim. His crouch is super tiny. Yeah, see? Like... I'm trying to throw him! Okay. Trying to put a kick out there. But yeah, I feel pretty good about this. Street shark.
Round two.
Yeah, so if I do like a jump pretty close and do a light kick like that. Well, I wasn't supposed to hit it. Now we keep blocking it. Yeah, see, that's what I want to bait out and punish. Still not sure about the punish, though, but... Oh, I didn't mean to do that. It's kind of cool that, like, supers are very easy to have come out. A lot of games you kind of have the opposite problem. works. Or throw him there. Ooh, okay. Nice. See, when he's like slowly floating towards me, I can react.
Round 3, fight!
Yeah, when you're in kind of a throwing type situation, like, you're not really gonna win that. The way you can crouch under my normals is like a bit problematic. Oh, actually got out of a stun. See, I feel like I can hit him. Yeah, there we go. Like, it's harder to do that in the corner. Actually, I don't even know if I can jump over him in the corner. Like, you can't, that's like a Street Fighter 2 thing. You can't cross up in the corner, so you probably can't do that in this game either. But if I get him to whiff the uppercut, I can punish with a stand heavy kick. But it's... the timing is just a little bit awkward. Again, in Street Fighter 2 tradition, uppercuts have like very little recovery. So they're actually surprisingly difficult to punish. Oh. I need to do like a, I don't know, crouching jab into an uppercut or something. Oh, great at least. Positioning on that is... it's not the move I wanted. It's a bit specific. It's not super easy. Like, you can definitely fuck it up and get hit by his uppercut.
Round 2, fight!
Actually, maybe I can just do that because he does seem a little bit slow on getting the uppercut to come out. I'm not sure if I found an actual reliable strategy there, but worked out that one time.
Round 3, fight!
Yeah, I gotta, like, not try to cancel something, like, 2-in-1 into the uppercut, because whatever I do, like, has a good chance of just not hitting. Okay, well. Oh, okay. Pretty sick knockback there. Yeah, that was definitely not a punish. Should have known that was coming. Nice. Ooh. Okay, that should be it. He ain't jumping over that. Copy paste is strong in this background. Yeah, well, it works. It's not inconspicuous, but it still works. It's a cool background, that's for sure. Congratulations. Tell us how we feel. Kokomado wa tasho wa honki something something. I'm going serious. State. Oh, okay. See if we can do this. I'm enjoying this, so I don't mind going a bit longer with this game. Things might get rough. I don't know what moves he has. Like. Look at that dude's fucking Chicago Bulls shirt. Pretty sick. very easy to get that move to come out by mistake. Oh shit, I didn't realize he was stunned. Ah! Poorly timed. No! Okay, I got pretty lucky there. That special move was not meant to come out, but it did put me in position to win with the super. We take those.
Round 2. Fight. Chestbuster. Chestbuster.
That didn't hit. I don't know, I expected it to hit multiple times. Ah. That was up trap. Yeah, like that's the other thing that you might see is kind of typical as like a console game. That there's not nearly as much animation, so you have a lot of kind of reused, like the same, her light and heavy kick are the same. Oh, I tried to jump over. Much luck. So you, of course, you end up with a quite limited range. Like her crouching kicks are both the same, her standing neutral kicks are both the same. Her punches are not, but like she doesn't have a very wide range of different angles and sort of spaces that she can cover with her normals. Not that that never happens, but I think that's sometimes in console fighting games you kind of get what I perceive as kind of a combined sort of design shortcomings, like the suplex, but also the technical limitation of not having as much animation. But the prime example for me when I think of that kind of thing is definitely Eternal Champions on the Mega Drive, where there's just no no thought from like a fighting game design kind of standpoint that goes into like the characters, the way they're designed, the way their movesets are designed is just not like
Round 1. Fight.
doesn't make sense. There's clearly no thought put into like how is this normal meant to be used. It's just like if it looked cool. So you have characters with like not just the normals but like special moves that have like 1.5 seconds of startup and shit. Like that game is like super sick, has great art, some cool music, very interesting lore and character designs, but it's like an unplayable mess. The Sega CD sequel is definitely a lot better, but it still has a lot of those issues. I mean, as far as like the character moves and stuff, like it has the same characters with the same animation, so
Round 2.
a character who didn't have any sensible normals in the first game is not suddenly going to have a bunch of new normals in the second game, unfortunately. I'm sure I've mentioned this before, but it was really cool. Like one of the kind of lead designers on that game, he posted like the design document for Eternal Champions on the internet. I remember seeing it linked in like a YouTube comment that he had made. I'm pretty sure I have it saved somewhere. Because I remember looking for it some time back and I didn't remember where I had it. But I'm sure you can find it on the internet. If you go on Sega Retro, you can probably find it there if I had to guess. But it was very interesting because like there's a lot of like some very like high level ideas that went into Eternal Champions that were kind of very ahead of its time, but then the execution of those ideas are all like completely disconnected from reality. Like the idea that like serious players are going to want to practice the game and they want to get good at the game and learn all the game's intricacies, which is like, yes, that's exactly what fighting games are. So it's like, yeah, we need a robust suite of training modes, which is like, dude, for like fucking 1994 or whatever, like that's extremely forward thinking. But the training modes they put in the game are all garbage, useless shit modes that do not teach you the game at all. So like,
Round 1.
it doesn't like, it doesn't work. Like the training modes in that game are all like bizarre like, there is, of all the, like, 12 different training modes or whatever, there's not a single mode where you can just, have a dummy stand there and you can try your moves on the dummy. That does not exist in the game. What does exist is a mode where you can fight against a, like, hologram, like, AI opponent. And the cool thing about that mode is that in that mode, you can set the difficulty level. You can set, like, the CPU difficulty from, like, 0 to 8 or whatever.
Round 2. Fight.
Eternal Champions, the actual game, does not have difficulty settings. So, like, technically, I'm sure it has, like, rank and difficulty scaling, but there's no, like, easy or normal mode, so you can, like, practice against an AI that's, like, gonna fight back less. But it's not like you can... It's not gonna actually teach you anything about how to fight that opponent in the game. And then also, like, in that design document... I was trying to... there's a lot of interesting, like, reference for the characters, where they have, like, there's descriptions of their moves, where, like, clearly this was written by someone who wasn't technically savvy in fighting games. But you have these descriptions, the characters, the backstories and everything, and then, like, for the attacks for the characters, you have a lot of descriptions, which is like, this kick that happens at 47 minutes, 23 seconds in fucking Bloodsport 4 or whatever, and, like, parentheses, see attached VHS tape or whatever. Like, so clearly they had a bunch of, like, there's a lot of references to, like, videotapes and stuff that they would have had as, like, reference, which is really cool. It's really fascinating to kind of have that insight into the design and thought process and references they very specifically used. But it kind of goes without saying that if you're piecing together a moveset based on, here's some cool video clips with kicks and punches that I think would fit this character, you're probably going to end up with a little bit of a hodgepodge that does not, you know, reflect a game design sensibilities. Yeah, it's an American game. But I think there's a lot of potential there, and I think it's absolutely a shame that that it became such a victim of, you know, kind of politics. Because, yeah, that game is a mess, but nothing about what's bad about that game is, like, unsalvageable. And I think the game was popular enough that it could easily have, like, they had very grand plans for multiple, like, spin-off games and a cartoon show and everything. Like, I don't see at all why it could not have been successful if it had been, like, given a proper chance. But it's just, you know, I think for sure, like, a modern reboot could be awesome. I mean, it's, like, I can't see it ever happening. I know that the guys who were in charge of the original have been kind of, not teasing exactly, but kind of hinting at, you know, kind of their desire. There was some, like, Facebook page for some unnamed thing. Well, it had a name, I guess. I don't remember what the name was, but basically, Eternal Champions and everything but name, because Sega still owns the IP, but they were, like, trying to get something kind of going, whether they were looking for, you know, a fan base or investment, I'm not sure, but there were some ideas. There was, like, some renders of, like, some new version of Trident or whatever his name was. But I think it would be tough. Like, I still think the concept is cool, but I do think it is a little bit reliant on the IP. Like, I think an Eternal Champions reboot could, you know, be successful. An original IP with the same concept, I think, would struggle significantly more. Yeah, so like the basic gist of Eternal Champions is like every character in that game was like summoned an instant before their death to this like spiritual plane or whatever, where they have to compete in this tournament for a second chance at life. And the winner, like, there's a shit ton of lore and story. The Mega CD game has like CG FMV cutscenes, and I think it even has like multiple endings for each character and stuff. Like it gets pretty crazy.
Round 3. Fight.
Oh yeah, the game is kind of bad. It is extremely frustrating to play because not only do you have to deal with like your typical kind of fighting game AI nonsense, it also has the most absurd continuous system I have ever witnessed in a fighting game. Where if you lose a match and continue, you don't continue from that match. You have to redo the previous match as well. So it's like if I lost to Raph here, I had to then fight Leo again. And if I lost to Leo, I'd go back to Chrome Dome. Like, that's how it works. It's absurd. And once you get to the final boss, the Eternal Champion himself, the final boss has something like 6 life bars. Like, you empty his life bar, and then he absorbs some kind of statue or something of an animal, and he he sort of melts, and then he kind of reforms, and his life bar goes back up, and then gets like different powers and different moves. So the final boss is basically like a boss rush of like 5 bosses on the same life bar in a game that's like already stupidly difficult. And of course, if you continue, like if you lose, you don't get to fight him. You have to do the previous fight first. It's like, I can't imagine how fucking insular the development environment must have been for them to think that that was at all acceptable. Do the hitbox on that fucking move. Couldn't have jumped, but I'm getting kind of my patterns mixed up here because some of the things I'm like super scared to do because I kept getting punished for it previously, like, might not be a thing. Like the butt attack might, it didn't work at all against Leo, but it worked great against Mike, so the neutral punch seems maybe more successful than the kick because I can, yeah, he likes to jump occasionally. And I can kind of hit him out of early jumps sometimes. If my spacing had been slightly different, I would have hit him there. And I rarely seem to get too punished when hitting that punch, at least that range. It doesn't seem to, like, input read instantly counter hit me the way that Leo did. You can still kind of be all over the screen at once, though. Darn. Dude, how did I not reversal throw there? As soon as I touched my light kick button, I was like, fuck! It's still, I cannot get over my my natural instinct to stick out a crouching light kick when I want to do something safe, but it's like, well, it's not her least safe normal, but just about. Technically, I guess her crouching heavy kick is less safe, but they're both completely unsafe, so it's kind of a moot point.
Round 1. Fight! Jackbuster! Jamboree! Jamboree! Jackbuster!
Jamboree. Nice. Stun. Jumping heavy punch to heavy uppercut is like good enough reliable damage. It's not the most damage I could probably do, but at least it fucking connects. Don't start with the fucking power drills. That's like very hard to deal with because he's like, it sets up a tick throw for him. No, I didn't mean to do that. Of course, the one time my standing jab does not anti-air.
Let's kick down.
Like, he gets completely crazy when he's low on health. Like, he totally starts doing different stuff. He's way more aggressive, it seems like.
Chest buster. Jamboree, jamboree. Jamboree, jamboree. Chest buster. Chest buster. Chest buster.
No! Her, like, standing leg kick's not bad, but her crouching one is, like, a massive liability. That is not good.
Chest buster.
Every now and then, I can kind of jump in, but he doesn't do... Like, the projectiles he doesn't do as reliably as Leo, but even if he did, his recovery seems much faster, so I can't really... can't jump over it, or I can't, like, punish it with a jump in, really.
Fight.
Not on reaction. Look at his life bar. That anti-air jab did 0 pixels of damage.
Chest buster. Chest buster. Chest buster. Chest buster.
Ah, why do I think I can throw?
Chest buster.
You're cornered. It's also not good. I should have just jumped like that.
Chest buster. Chest buster. Jamboree. Chest buster. Chest buster.
Yeah, this is rough. I'm enjoying it. I'm enjoying, like, the puzzle solving aspect of this. But he is very rude. He's kind of cool, but he's definitely rude. Like, damage... Yeah, there's definitely seems to be some kind of AI sort of damage scaling going on. A lot of my normals just seem to not deal sensible amounts of damage.
Chest buster. Jamboree. Jamboree. Chest buster.
Now I'm just like... Oh, I thought I was dizzy. Okay.
Let's kick down.
Yeah, I was getting too flustered there for sure. I feel fairly positive at this point that I don't have it in me to beat the game, but I still want to see how far I can get. Dude, if only I could rapid fire kicks. She's got the fucking slide. It's so shit.
Round 1. Fight. Chest buster. Chest buster.
Jack Buster.
Jamboree. Jamboree. Jamboree.
Ugh. Neutral jump punch is like works sometimes.
Chest buster. Jamboree. Jamboree. Chest buster.
But yeah, far from always. Oh shit, I thought I stunned him because he got like knocked down.
Power drill.
But he didn't actually get knocked down. Ooh, that was a bad jump in. His fucking drill is incredibly hard to deal with.
Let's kick down.
Sunfire Lord with a second draw this game. Man, the double size pictures never end. Alright, we'll figure something out. I can tell, like, I'm being frustrated because I can tell that I'm
Chest buster.
losing patience. So I'm doing worse.
Jamboree.
Fuck, like it's so hard to get to jump over that. No, that's not the move. Throw range. damage. I'm somehow alive, but it's not gonna make a difference. That, no. I knew it. Like, you can't fucking get in. Oof. Will we will we be able to get past Raph? I don't know. I mean, we had some decent attempts right at the very beginning, and then it's
Round one.
I don't think I've taken a round in quite a while. Like every now and then you get a good round, but I'm not having as much success with the heavy punches like I did. See, now he's starting to jump more. Right? Scaling, yeah, it's not going back. There we go. Okay, maybe that's the thing. It clearly felt like I could bait jumps by sticking out the heavy punch and kind of waiting, but I have no way of knowing if that's going to be consistent. Through my jab. Oh, fucking slow projectile. I don't want to like just sit there and block it, so I feel like it's just gonna keep throwing them. But jumping and getting hit isn't great either. Throw punish. Yeah, when he jumps over my punch like that, okay, maybe I can. I was just about to say, maybe I can use the jab to bait the jump and then hit him with the heavy punch. It seemed to work. This is my 4th time I've tried to pour a drink out of my empty skull pitcher. A desperate attempt to quench my thirst. Okay, we got a couple of drops. Okay, 4 stages left. Shredder, alright. I'm sure he's easy.
Round one. Fight.
That's a cool stage. It's so funny, his voice sounds like a Turtles in Time, like, boss hit sound. Which I never in my life ever interpreted as a voice. It's just like a blah, blah. Kind of makes that sound with a voice, which is kind of great. I don't know why I did that. I noticed kind of when I first looked at my life bar, though, it seems like I'm taking a lot of damage.
Round two.
He seems pretty strong, which seems unsurprising. Trade. Of course, everyone's got fucking full screen normals in this game. Boxes. No, I didn't mean to do that move. But that worked out. So hit him with the heavy kick on his wake up, and then he jumps? Is that a thing?
Round three. Fight.
Forward heavy kick is the butt, so you can kind of rather easily get that to come out when you're... SNK uppercut, which only knocks down on the second hit. We take those. Some nice and smooth progress. What the was I on? Yes. Lucky. Was I lucky? Nah, I was intelligent. 3 stages left. On the map, at least. Oh no, not another turtle. But this should be the last one, at least. Dawn. I mean, fucking even Raph has got full screen normals. What hope do we have against Dawn?
Round 1. Fight.
He's fucking mashing like crazy. And he's got like infinite frame advantage on everything, it feels like, but that goes for everyone. Oh, shit, I didn't realize. Wow, okay, they stay stunned very long. Nope, super. There we go. He's got big moves, but he keeps throwing them out, and I can kind of get around them.
Round 2.
He can mash buttons because that. I have an easier time dealing with that than when they are like being reactive and defensive. Oh, I thought that was a stun, but he just jumped. That's a stun though. Fuck that up. No, I didn't mean to do that. Slide. I mean, that's the button I pressed. Wasn't thinking. Nope. Nope, that's, again, not what I meant to do. Wow, okay. My close heavy kick just whipped. First try. Okay, we're on a win streak here. Yeah, I mean, it's not like competitive, like strength of a character really has that much of an impact on what it's like fighting them against a computer, but no matter what, at least we got past all 4 turtles. That's good. What's up, NPC? Yes, we are having fun. At least I am. I'm getting my ass kicked for the most part, but I'm enjoying myself. War. This is a good game.
Round 1.
This is,
Fight.
well, I was about to say this is maybe one of the best looking stages, but all the stages are pretty damn good looking. Trying to figure out which normals I can use. He's like really weirdly tiny. Like right? Yeah, like my stand heavy punch kind of goes above him. No! Fucking didn't mean to jump. Super. Okay, that should be it. Whew. Super comes in handy.
Round 2. Fight.
But it's good too, because if I stick out, like, basically you gain meter by them blocking your attacks. And if they block my heavy kick, like, I get a nice chunk of meter. Wow, okay. And if I hit, that deals decent damage. I didn't realize I was stunned. Okay. Oh, I didn't... I kept saying I didn't mean to do that, but no, I mean, I pressed down plus B. But I didn't mean to do a bad move. I just did, because down plus B shouldn't be a bad move, but it is. Or at least it shouldn't be bad in the specific ways that it is bad, which is to say, it's extremely unsafe. Like so, you get punished for hitting it. I'm gonna guess that her crouching heavy... Fucking hell, I did it again. That her crouching heavy kick at least knocks down on hit. Their crouching light kick does not, and so you get punished on hit. They tend to throw punish, so I wonder if maybe you can jump out of that, in which case they'll just press a button and hit you out of your jump. So you're pretty much guaranteed to get hit. If you maybe on absolute max range, the crouching light kick is not punishable, but I'm not using it like strategically. I'm using it when I'm flustered and I want to throw out what should be a quick, fast move. I say should be, just in my brain. Not like it's illegal to design fighting game character moves in a strange, unusual, different way. That's a good uppercut. Should be able to hit him out of the air with that, but his air movement speed is weirdly fast too. Oh, there's no recovery on anything. Everything recovers so fucking fast. Like whiff punishing in this game, nah man, forget it.
Round 2. Fight.
Again, that's kind of what's the style at the time. Street Fighter 2 is pretty much the same way. But it can be a little... You get a bit flustered by it. I don't know how to deal with, like, anything. Really. I don't know how to deal with war. Because he's got such insane mobility. He jumps out of the screen and he moves high up and really quickly, and most of the time he does the weird stomp attack that I can block, I guess, and it feels like I can punish him bouncing off of it. And I'm sure in theory you definitely can. But things are moving pretty damn fast. Guess he got tired of winning. Oh, okay, held back. I don't know if he crossed up or what happened there, but plus frames on his fucking uppercut. What the fuck are those moves too? Oh, see, like I can't. His active frames last until the very end of that, and then he's like, that move is super buff.
Round 2. Fight.
Alright, I mean that's a good trade. But it's hard for me to distinguish whether he's jumping or doing that move. I mean, I take it that's a special move at least, because it kind of flies off the screen either way. Stun. Oh, that meant a normal kick. Right. I figured he would block that, which would have given me the meter to do the super, but he actually just got hit. Maybe he jumped? I don't know. Sticking out the standing heavy kick on their wake up seems largely safe. I'm holding back. Like, I don't know if it's unblockable, if I'm being crossed up every time, or what's going on. That's a fucking unpunishable move. Hit once for some reason. Nice. Got him. We got him. Not so bad. I think Leo was still probably who we were stuck on the longest. Raph was definitely the character that got me the most frustrated, but I'm not sure we were actually stuck there longer. We might have been. But those were the two real roadblocks. No stage. Wing nut or whatever. No, oh, yeah, we didn't do the mirror. Of course, she's got the ninja frog. No theater.
Round one.
It's a cool stage. Looks like something out of like Power Stone or something. Or not Power Stone, Power Instinct. Okay, this is where I need to apply everything I've learned. So if she does the slide, for example, which I noticed that she did, and I did not punish it. So I can legit just punish that with a throw. Dude, I hit... her life bar was empty, and I hit the crouching light kick, and she, like... Not only is it punishable on hit, I guess you also don't deal damage with it. This background is very cool, but it's also a bit noisy. It's like kind of hard to make out the characters from the background compared to some of the other stages. Yeah, see, she actually spaced that correctly. Probably a good trade for me, I could guess. Okay. I wonder if I can kind of just crouch here and wait for her to slide. Trying to stand up, didn't quite work. She seemed fairly eager to slide. Maybe she does it off that like jump in. I mean, just lie there, but yeah, lots of accidental jumps here. Oh! Oh! Alright. So, I won the first round. I felt like I could have taken the second round, but I messed up a little bit. I was a little too passive, maybe. So now I'm having the feeling that, oh, she's probably pretty easy. But I feel like that could change. I feel like my first round against Raph was kind of the same. How's that the first damage I even dealt? So if I block her jump in, it seems like she does the slide. Yeah. Trying to do a standing block. Okay. Just hold back and she... Oh, ooh, okay. Mixing things up. I wonder if that's like a good way of actually building meter. She seems to get quite a bit from it, at least. See, I hit the jab after... Okay, timer scam this. Lose win post? Lose post is what I meant. Yeah, we got to see that. It's just a reused frame from whatever animation, but... First time we see it. And, hey, another first try. That went well. At least, you know, it's been a relief that the game hasn't been, like, increasing in difficulty. It's been, more challenging fights have been kind of staggered throughout. Defending champion no toujou desu. Sono namo Rat King da. I guess Rat King is in this, huh? Defending. Oh yeah, we're in the game show stage. Very strong, like, theming and presentation in this game. I don't know that it makes a lot of sense, but it's cool. Okay, he looks fucking buff. Dude, we got fucking, Heiser knuckle walls. Yeah, this might be where we give up if he's as ridiculous as he seems. Or I just do this. Alright, that worked out. Yeah, the art's really good in this game. I mean, the presentation overall is, like, I mean, everything about this is good. The art and music are both great. Controls well. It runs smooth. Like,
Fight!
it's impressive in every regard, really. Come on, let me. Brainbuster. All right, there we go. Could have figured that wasn't gonna last. He's got pretty cool moves. I don't feel like I've ever really seen him in this game. Like I said, I did not play this game much. And clearly he's like a boss character, so he's not normally playable. Dude, I like fucking pressed the button and he landed before me to his grab. Dude, it's like... How the fuck is that so unpunishable? It's like you press the jab button when he's in midair, and he somehow lands... Before you can get the jab to come out, he lands behind you and throws you. Fucking early 90s fighting games, man. We're so fucked. I mean, it's like an AI thing too, of course, but... I mean, it's all like... It's in the frame data too, right?
Round 1. Fight!
Oh. Look at the damage too. I guess he needs to be like far enough away to trigger that behavior. I haven't quite nailed what puts you in a situation to get that loop going. But it seems if I make him block my standing heavy kick,
Round 2. Fight!
that puts me in a got the close heavy kick. Alright, okay. I'm dead. Nope, no, it's not. Somehow. Alright, we did it. We did it. Am I art of this will be cool? Well, we'll see. Whew, okay, that could have been a lot worse. I'm very glad I stumbled upon that attack in that first round, because without that, I could have been stuck here for a very long time. I had this... kind of something something. Karai kara no chousen. Alright, so... Karai is issuing a challenge. I don't remember what she looks like at all. I do regularly recall her being in this, but... Got a fucking nemesis trench coat going on here.
Round 1.
Oh, yeah, she's like 8 feet tall. I got Konami Turtles boss music, that's for sure. Wow, she must have been done like by a different artist. She like seems so out of place. Like her poses and everything is so much more kind of extreme. Like very well drawn, but in a completely different style. And this stage is... Oh yeah, look at the life bars. I've not felt any damage.
Round 2.
Yeah, Karai, she's like... I don't know, she was introduced as like... Isn't she supposed to be like the daughter of Shredder or something? Except she maybe wasn't or something. I don't know, this is like too deep turtle lore for me. But she's been in multiple iterations of cartoons and whatnot. How the fuck do you even hit her? This is absurd. Yeah, we're just gone over the 90-minute mark. Which isn't like a hard limit per se, but I'm usually reluctant to go much further than that. I mean, if we could somehow find a abusive pattern to take her out quickly, like Rat King, I mean, sure, but
Round one. Fight.
I mean, that's the thing. Like, I lucked into that against Rat King, and if I hadn't, that fight would have felt the same, like, as this, probably. Yeah, I can kind of... Yeah, I think I could probably hit that, but... She lands very quickly, so only very occasionally can I actually punish. But if she keeps blocking, it's not the worst because it will help me build meter. Full screen slide. Oh my god, okay. Alright. I mean, that wasn't a bad round anyway. Neutral jump tech seems... I mean, I noticed that in the previous fights too. Like, the AI doesn't seem like super... It's not always, like, that helpful or immediately, like, baiting them into doing shit, but they don't seem like super well equipped to kind of deal with it. But of course, like, I'm one, like, trade away from... I did not do it. Okay. This background is kind of doing a number on me, too. So what the fuck do I do about that? Like... So in this round, clearly, she's like not triggering that pattern of doing the dive attack. But it's still worth. I mean, I survived the entire round, which is more than I did previously. Alright, it's ludicrous. I mean, I think that's pretty self-evident. Like, just the way she moves, she seems like she doesn't seem built for this game, like visually and mechanically. She's like moving all over the place, and she's like in a completely different scale and art style. Look at the health bars, though. Like, I hit her a bunch of times. She hit me, like, twice, maybe. She's gonna do it again, and like, look, that fucking normal. I don't know. This definitely feels like the characters were not like drawn with the Super Nintendo resolution in mind. So it's like everyone is drawn with like square pixels, but because the Super Nintendo resolution is not 4:3, everything is like stretched horizontally. Everything has like very strangely gigantic horizontal range. Look at her super meter. She just built like half a bar. Like, my heavy kick has long range, but compared to her, not only is the range not special, but my moves are so much slower also. What's up with her, like, twirling around? I guess that's her walk animation. She doesn't walk, she just, like, spins around. It's a very strange moveset. Like, her animations are very strange. Yeah, I'm pretty sure we're not gonna actually, like, short of having
Round one.
luck with some bizarre cheese, I don't know if I even have the mental fortitude. Oh, okay, cool. Like, she's... Her heavy normals, like, push her halfway towards you, halfway across the screen, and are fast as my lights. But we kind of got into that pattern a little bit there. I'm not sure if it was because I was closer. I don't know. Like, it just... To me, at this point at least, it's not reproducible to the point of being the least reliable. I mean, whenever she doesn't do, like, exactly what I want her to, she'll instantly destroy me. And in like, different ways, also. I'm not quite discerning any, like, notable patterns, or even that she's reacting... Like, with Leo and Raph and stuff, like, it was, you know, when I do X, I can tell that she's doing Y in response. Or that they were. But in her case, in Kai's case, that doesn't feel that way. But also, she's moving super fast and flying all over the screen, so it's not super easy to tell.
Round one. Fight!
See, like, I don't know. I hit a light and then I foolishly press a button. It's like I hit a light punch and I'm at frame disadvantage because her move comes out on, like, 0 frames. Take throws are, like, not a thing because anytime I can throw them, they can throw me. And the AI will throw on the first possible frame. So the best I can hope for, basically, outside of a punish situation, the best I can hope for is to also hit it on the perfect frame, in which case I guess it's probably random which one of us, but, like, that's not a gamble I can do in my favor. As I've, like, exasperately yelled at multiple times, because I keep catching myself unthinkingly going for, like, dick throws, and I get thrown every single time. I mean, the closest would be, I guess, if I'm baiting something that I can punish, in which case a throw wouldn't necessarily be a bad choice. But that situation is not presenting itself. Yeah, I think we're about hitting my limit, because I really need to take a break. I should have taken a break like half an hour ago, but I figured I didn't want to break in the middle of the game. And then we ended up playing this kind of longer than I expected. Like, the damage is so fucked too, because if I land something, it does like 1 pixel. And I get hit again. It's extremely hard to land clean hits that aren't... I mean, I land hits, it's not... I'm not trading, per se. But because she has, like, instant attacks, I can't apply pressure. Which I guess is, like, you know, it's my bad for thinking I can do that and trying. See, like, she's just so plus. She's, like... And she's definitely out-poking me. Look at the range on that. It's not a good feeling just spend an hour and a half, get this far, and then give up, but I really don't see how this could end any other way. Well, I mean, I could sit here for another 2 hours and eventually get it, probably. But that would be exhausting, and I would not have a good time. And we wouldn't get to play any other games tonight. So I don't want to do that. Dude, you do fucking no damage against her, and then she does that shit, and she just like chips you for more than my moves do on hit. It's so demoralizing. Like, you legit can't hit her with it. Like, you hit her with something, and then you have to back off.
Round 2, fight!
Actually, that's like probably one of the less damaging things she could have done there, so. Like, that's not even her super. He doesn't necessarily seem to anti-air as much. I've been very conditioned not to jump in. I do want to try that. She does seem to kind of just stand there a little bit, go on the defensive, and if I can jump in, if that's something, if I can, like, essentially guarantee that she will not fight back, that she would just be passive, that would allow me to land something on block to get a little bit of meter, and a jump in should give enough hit stun that I could at least jump, like, land another follow-up, even if she's blocking it. Of course, she's not putting herself at jump range, so I can even try. I think I must be mistiming that, because... Yeah, see, like, sometimes she does the dive, and I can punish her, kind of. But I think I'm jumping too soon, because then she does the jump kick thing instead. That hit, and it still did that little damage. Like, chaining lights should basically combo, but even then, it's like... Smashing uppercut on wake up. Couldn't get it to come out. Like, typically, mashing light punch, if you have, like, rapid fire jabs, is not a risky thing to do. You should not, like... I don't even understand how the frame data works, because I should be... It should combo, right? So, instead of comboing, not only does she have an opening to throw an attack out, but it will hit me before I can hit her. I don't know if she just has, like, less hit stun or what's going on. I mean, technically, I guess I don't know for a fact that Asuka's jabs can combo, but it shouldn't have to combo for that to be weird. Like... I'm jumping back in the corner? Does that work? Maybe not, but... I'm desperate here. Jump into that, but... Yeah, cool. Thanks. Being cheap is not a good look. I don't know what you mean by that. I mean, she's the boss. She's cheap. That was the fashion at the time. I mean, I'm having a rough time with it. But probably not the worst I've ever seen either. No, what I'm trying to do. Ah, she throws. Of course. Hide in the corner in DP. Like, the jumping is awkward too because she has, she can move in a lot of different ways in the air, and, I'm not saying you guys are wrong, I'm just saying it's hard to react to. Because she flies into the air really quickly, she kind of goes off screen, so it's hard to see what she's doing, and it's hard to see where she is. And if she's doing the flying rapid punches, that dive punch, I don't know. Or, you know, then she just does that. Or that, you know. She throws. But yeah, jumping back seems like, I don't know. Nothing's reliable, but it's something. I got aggressive because I wanted to win the round, but knowledge of how I could conceivably win is more valuable than an actual... If the win is a fluke, it's not as valuable as actually learning. Did we learn? I don't know, but we had some degree of success. She's actually pretty big, at least, so... she's gigantic, actually. But I'm just kind of realizing that if I'm landing a jump in, I can combo that into a jab. I can at least do a jump in punch into a jab, into an uppercut. Like so. Obviously on block, that's not a great idea, but... Okay. A lot of meter, I don't know. No, I can't really react. I mean, the thing is, she can do like an instant half-screen slide or standing kick. And anytime she hits me with pretty much anything, I have to hit her like 3 or 4 times to keep even pace as far as life bars. So like, it doesn't feel productive to try and do that. And I don't know, the thing is, if I were to react to something, I don't have a plan for what I'm reacting to and with what, so I guess that's the bigger thing. That was actually a whip punish. So when she's like standing there doing nothing, it's like kind of not so easy to deal with. Ah, I was trying to mash out a reversal uppercut there. Maybe that's a thing I can do. Like a neutral jump and then just try to block her whatever she's doing, and then like, or land into an uppercut instead of trying to neutral jump attack. I don't use a neutral jump to bait something that puts me in a position to throw out an uppercut that's gonna like hit her out of something. Because the uppercut is at least like, if it hits correctly, like a knockdown. The neutral jump can bait the dive kick, but it's completely inconsistent. So it's like not reliable in the slightest. Getting a knockdown in the corner, even if I don't know what it leads to, at least it's a like repeatable scenario. if I got a knockdown. I just thought of it as I got a knockdown in the corner. Like if I could, because that's the trickiest thing I think is the spacing and like everything is, unless the conditions are identical, her pattern is going to be different.
Fight!
Judging from how the other characters behave, I imagine that. Nice. That if I could get a knockdown in the corner, that could be a good thing. Punish. Oh, I'm not dead somehow. Of course. Fucking throw range. I tried to meet her with the spin. I think I hit her once, but it wasn't enough to chip out.
Round 2. Fight!
But she doesn't do like invincible reversals on her wake up or anything. Tricky thing is like she tends to slide under me when I jump, which means I can't really do much. The jab, like once she hits me with the dash punch, I really like. It's a stupid situation because it's like a. It's not technically an option select, I guess, but like I have to eat the throw because if I don't, it's either the throw or something else. But maybe I should try jumping, getting hit out of the air,
Round 1.
because that might be less bad than getting hit by the throw. The uppercut is like... The heavy uppercut deals very tiny damage if you just hit at the end. Going nuts. Not enough. Okay. Well, yeah, it's like I'm jumping over her seems like it's, again, it's just one of those things that it elicits a kind of predictable behavior, and I have to kind of finesse what I can do with that. The thing is, when I can hit that straight uppercut, based on the way it's hitting, it's like not achieving all that much. It's her getting hit and not me, but yeah, see, that's all it takes to undo basically like 5 connected uppercuts. Maybe I was giving her a little too much credit there. Because she hit me with a dash, and I held up, assuming that I would get hit by something instead of being thrown. But she actually let me jump out. So maybe getting hit by the dash, jab, whatever, will kind of let me do something. I don't know. Or I could just do that. Maybe that'll work. I don't know. Okay, I guess that worked. We got the sub 2 hour, I guess. Assuming, well, maybe there's Super Shredder left, right? Some shit. Well, we got Karai at least. Yeah, them blocking your attacks is the primary way you build meter, because you get meter when you hit attacks. But you will kill them before you build meter that way. Look at the music. Sekai, the strongest ninjutsu in the world, something something. I have to try hard. Become the ultimate ninja master. Alright, pretty generic ending, but we got an ending. I'm gonna say that if we lowered the difficulty to beat this game, we probably would not have gotten that ending, so all worth it in the end. I guess we'll stop the timer. Whew, that was rough, but it was a lot of fun. That was a lot of fun. Pretty slick ending music. I absolutely need a break, that's for sure. But we'll finish watching these credits. We'll honor the developers of this fine video game. You wouldn't even face Karai on a lower difficulty. That's interesting. I bet you if I would have played through this game 10 years ago, I probably would have set it to default, get stuck on the 4th fight and said fuck this and lower the difficulty and not get an ending and say, oh well. That was cool. We got to experience that. And we figured something or other out in the end, I guess. Did I figure out how to beat Kai? I'm not sure, but we did it. Full 2 hours to get an art. Dude, I need fucking full 2 months to finish all the other art I need to finish before we get there. Nah, well, I mean, I have some ideas. It's just my self-imposed concept of how I do the multi-page artwork makes things a little more complicated. Because I want to make something that is one... fastest time, huh? I want to make something that's like, that works as one image. What? I guess it was hinting at something else on a higher difficulty level or something. Anyway, what was I saying? Yeah, I want an artwork that works as one singular artwork, but each half also works independently and looks that kind of works independently without looking weird. Yeah, there's options to play at a higher speed, but I would assume that there's probably cheat codes and secrets in this game. Do you guys put anything special on pizza? We put everything on pizza. You tell me what's special. I actually just had a shrimp, ham, bacon, and béarnaise sauce pizza for lunch today. It was pretty good. I mean, actually, it was very good. Fish. I mean, yeah, well, you wouldn't necessarily get like a cod fillet or something, but tuna, not. I mean, it's not very popular necessarily, but if you go to a pizza place, you can definitely get a pizza with tuna on it. I've had it once or twice. It's not bad. Béarnaise sauce, I guess is how you pronounce that. It's French. I'm not even sure how you would describe it. It's a very fatty, creamy sauce.
Round one.
That is
Fight.
quite good. Hey, what's up, Taco? Third day in a row you've encountered TMNT media. Destined for pizza. Yeah. I worked half day because tomorrow's a holiday, and for certain holidays we get like half the day off before. So I hadn't really planned for it, but it worked out nicely because even though I was streaming, it meant that I had time to do my Friday workout after work. So I had a bit of a late lunch because of that, and I was really famished. So I went to have some pizza with my coworker, and I had cravings for something really loaded with carbs and fat. So that's how it goes. I really need a break. This was very fun. Thank you, Sunfire Lord, for picking this. We'll be back in a bit. We'll do the raffle when I get back, lest it go on for way too long. And we'll see how many other games I have energy for tonight. But I'll see you guys in just a little bit. Where's my BRB screen? There we go. All right. I needed a break for sure. I think I'm doing okay. Let's set up the next raffle. Why put it off any longer, huh? Subscriber gets twice the luck. Keyword raffle. Well, there we go. Raffle is open. Let me maybe update the spreadsheet. Type raffle in chat if you want to have a chance of picking the next game. And we'll see what that will be. We've been, well, on account of spending 2 hours on TMNT, we're maybe not getting through as many games tonight. But that's how it goes. I usually want to try to go through at least like 5-ish games. Sometimes there's 4 games, sometimes there's 6. I think we probably had some stream with like 3 games. I know we spent like an hour troubleshooting PS3 shit or just like installing something on some stream. So sometimes it can go that way. I'll be honest, I think TMNT kind of took a lot out of me. But we'll see. The next game might reinvigorate me. It might have the opposite effect. We don't exactly know. I mean, it depends on what you guys pick. Man, that was a good game though. I really appreciate that pick. I had fun with that. I very much enjoyed that. Despite, you know, and I'm extremely satisfied we were able to get there in the end. We were finally able to beat Karai and get an ending. There's probably more to it. I feel like it was so many things about that game are so kind of inspired by how things are set up in Street Fighter 2 that I'm going to assume that there's more. Like I don't recall or know exactly what the deal is with Shredder, but I guess there's probably the like Super Shredder, Cyber Shredder, whatever. Like I guess he's maybe a hidden boss character or on higher difficulty level or a 1cc hidden boss or something. And there's probably some other kind of extended ending or bonus something on higher difficulty or a 1cc. That's usually how it goes. But I'm happy that we at least defeated Rat King and Karai and got an ending. So that's more than I would have taken for granted, especially once we started having trouble with Leo, like 40% through that run. So yeah, as you can see, we have a timer for the raffle. We got 30 seconds left or so. I developed this technology using a very ghetto OBS extension. 3 minutes seems like a reasonable time. We got some latecomers here. Gives enough time, I think, for people to join without being overbearingly long to wait for. Last call, 10-15 seconds, whatever, Twitch delay. Type raffle if you want to join. Well, by now it's almost too late, I guess. But we got a bunch of entrants here, so let's see who gets to be the lucky winner and picker of game number 3. Let's go. Roll it. Electro altruism. Wow. Advanced rigging technology. Just sliding in there right on the finish line. Congrats. I mean, rigging like that, fine handiwork. It'll take at least 2 minutes. That makes sense to me. Once you quit crypto is uphill. See, that makes perfect sense to me. Makes perfect sense. Well, what you got for us? I bet you have something in the barrel. No miss plus no continue equals X stall. That sounds like we're gonna do some division. I can make no promises whatsoever about any kind of no miss, no continue, nothing. But we'll see how it goes. I guess that would be the first zero divide. I think we played the second one already, didn't we? Yeah, I think we did. By all means, like, y'all don't have to be like super cute and cryptic though. It's okay to actually say the title of the game. But I'm guessing we're talking zero divide here. In which case, I need to do a little bit of orchestrating here. Where's my PlayStation discs for one? Yes, I'm gonna play Zero Divide. I don't know if you had something else in mind, but well, we'll do that. Am I? I think so. Oh yeah, I should probably. Yeah, I should do the memory card setup here. Let's. We'll hop on over here in the meantime. Okay, Ruffle's not open. Let me hide that first. Oh yeah. Right here. Nope. Need to configure my virtual memory card. I'm not sure if I have save data for it, but I should. If I don't have save data, I probably should make save data. Let me, I guess, before I forget, we'll just get this going here. DVDC, can I fucking spell? My keys, there we go. Zero Divide. The Saturn Zero Divide is a different game. I'm missing it in my collection. I need to get it at some point, but it came out after Zero Divide 2, I believe. So I think it's, to the best of my knowledge, it's probably based on Zero Divide 2, but I don't know, because it's called like Zero Divide Last Encounter or something. I forget exactly. It's got like a subtitle. Let me see if I can connect. Ooh, there we go. Actually just connect it right away. Mount virtual mem card. There we go. Oh, which actually, these controllers. Oh yeah, this is a mess. I have one of those Mem Card Pros, which is an awesome device that gives you like, you insert an SD card, and you know the PS1 memory cards aren't very big, so if you have like a 1 gigabyte SD card, you have more than enough space for however many memory cards you might ever need. And there's like a Wi-Fi interface that lets us connect and manage which card we're using. But I can't actually see what's on the memory card without kind of checking like this. But there we go, Zero Divide system data. Probably get my stick. To be clear, I'm I've not played the Saturn version. I've never seen it, so I don't know. I think it's just like the Final Conflict. I think is the title. I just remembered. From the tiny little nuggets I've seen, I had the impression, at least, that it's not like a port. But I guess I really don't know. Yeah, it's like not super unusual, I think, for games to have to be a little back and forth on the Saturn and PlayStation, or to have Saturn games with PlayStation sequels. But PlayStation games that have Saturn only sequels, I think that's a little more unusual for sure. If I get stuck, I can try the Forbidden Tech as a last resort. You say that as if I'm supposed to have any idea what that means. Oh yeah, let's get the timer on screen. This. So probably, presumably, DJ on here. Game's pretty good. Probably I would have had Oh yeah, okay. I was like, this looks weird, but I was about to say probably, presumably, I've set the control scheme up to work with this joystick, and indeed I have. That's why it looks really weird, because the L1 and L2 buttons are on the far left. So if you want to use these three buttons, wherever they are, gotta kind of remap it, and that's if I use the actual face buttons in the center, it gets really confusing, like just the way it feels with your fingers. So you end up, I at least end up pressing the wrong buttons constantly. Save count 1, playtime 17 minutes. Yeah, I think this game has a bunch. Like Kazoo, they seem to like putting weird, mysterious, secret stuff in their games. I mean, they weren't alone, but I vaguely recall there being something about like I don't think the game necessarily has like normal endings, or maybe I guess if you 1cc the game. But I think there's still something you can maybe unlock boss characters if you beat the game with every character or something like that. I forget. But yes, this game is essentially okay. I didn't press a button. Just as I was pressed the button, screen blacked out. I'm assuming we're getting an attract mode. Yeah. I remember this is a game. I played this game on like in a shop. I remember in 1995, being extremely unimpressed with it. But I was an idiot child with terrible taste. Because this game is actually pretty fucking sick. It is a Virtua Fighter clone, which is quite unusual on the PlayStation. There aren't a lot of those. I mean, there aren't a lot of VF clones in general. It's not like the Saturn has a lot of them. I mean, Sega made a bunch of other games, but that's about it. It's got robots. It's all anime. It's got hot jams, and it's got a lot of cool shit. Like, the sequel is a lot more impressive in a lot of ways. It's a better game, I think. But looking at the level of detail in the characters and the backgrounds and stuff, like it's not the most impressive game on the PS1, but for 1995, like I think this is like 100 times better a fighting game than Toshinden. I would say it's a lot better than Tekken 1 also. I mean, by 95, I guess Tekken 2 was on the way, but like most fighting games, 3D fighting games don't have stages this elaborate. Like, it's a 30 FPS game. It's not like perfect, but you can do a lot worse than this. And as far as like VF clones, those don't exactly grow on trees. The fact that this one exists and is as cool as this is, I'm very happy with that. So maybe we shall, both in terms of seeing, okay, easy is as low as it gets. Okay, shit. I was gonna say maybe in some kind of hope of getting a 1cc, or I guess I don't know, maybe I need to not lose a round. We'll do this, you know, we can set this, oh fuck, never mind. No, we can't. I can't set it down to 1 round. Anyway, I was curious to see how easy we can make it and see if that like still applies. But I guess it is kind of set to be as easy as it can be, and it's still probably going to be pretty rough. What am I trying to unlock? I don't know. I guess we get to fight Xtol, the last boss or something. If we, I don't know. Electro-altruism is being very coy and doesn't explain anything. But I know we've talked about this before. I've looked it up previously. I just don't remember it, and I don't care to look it up specifically because I guess I'd rather be surprised. So Xtol is like the
Welcome to the Xtol Tower.
Yeah, welcome to Xtol Tower. Xtol is like the evil AI cyber virus, whatever is going on. I love fighting games where characters have logos or like their own unique name tag font. Zero, Tau, Wild 3, Io. Io is Eos. Sickness, Draco, Narrated. I like that we get a whole 90 seconds to choose here. So I guess I definitely played Io previously. She's like kind of like Sarah a little bit. Like some of these characters have VF analogs, but they don't all do. Like there's no dragon in VF. The second game also has more like non-bipedal robots. I guess it's like a wrestler type dude. Cygnus is kind of like Kagamaru. He's a ninja character. Wild Chase, like the buff army. Oh yeah, this owl is the kind of weird scorpion thing. I don't know if we... I'm pretty sure we would have played EO last time, but we might have played Zero because we played EO in the second game or something. Play all the way through the game with all 8 characters, including Zulu, without using a tuning. I guess Zulu is... I don't know what 8 including Zulu means, but... there are like boss character stuff, so let's see here. Can we get a VF style? Never mind, okay. I was thinking, can I hold start to pick... but no, we just press start. Are you guys seeing what I'm seeing here? We're getting some quality lore here. Xtal Tower address map, system version 1.0a. A system command something. No fear. Now those are words you can trust. Gotta have no fear. So yeah, this interface is so fucking sick. Yeah, there's like a bunch of unlockable stuff like that. Anyway, I don't remember how to play this or know any moves or anything, so let's just fucking do it.
Get set, ready, go!
Music slaps. Moves. Kick plus guard is not a thing, I guess.
KO! You win!
Probably go get the manual for move list or something, but fuck it.
Go! Great counter!
I should mash harder. I was reading chat.
Hey, great performance!
Luckily, this first enemy is probably not going to put up that big a fight.
Hey, great performance!
A small down attack, I guess.
You win!
Yeah, the way shit looks when it breaks off is so cool. This is aesthetically like such a well-executed game. Games are really cool. MJ developers, big Zero Divide fans. I mean, probably. It's a sick game. I'm not going to assume that's where they got it, the idea. But I'm not going to say it's not. So, like, yeah. Oh, no, don't bring me out. Oh, man. So I guess we probably... Because the game, I think, counts like lost rounds. So we probably lost the ability to do something by losing a round. But it's not like I was going to beat the game without losing a round, so... MJ, The Mystery Hospital is an amazing game that we played the other week, which I highly recommend you look up the VOD.
Oh my god!
Didn't see it.
Power.
Oh yeah, dude! I forgot it's got fucking ledge grab mechanics.
You win.
It's a CG adventure horror game by the developers of Tmnt DD System Seicom. It's I don't know, it was a very entertaining game. Yeah, R?MJ, but it's pronounced MJ. Camera, please.
Ooh, that really hurt.
Down attacks don't do that much damage in this.
You win.
Yeah, PG, like, this is going on VF mechanics. So you've got the punch, kick, guard control scheme. It,
Get set, ready, go!
it's got similar, it's got, like, parries and shit. It's got the ledge grab. Like, it's definitely got some of its own stuff, but it's a lot closer to VF than, like, Tekken or anything else. Like, even Toshinden is not exactly a clone of anything. Can I fucking stand up? But this game is pretty explicit in its, like, VF-ness. back, forward. Okay, let's try that. Music is like going so fucking wild.
Go! Great counter!
It's like no Ukemi.
Hey, your unit's gone!
Unit's gone. Yep. It's a little slow and clunky, like older VFs for sure. And the frame rate doesn't help,
Oh
but
my god! What power!
it still feels pretty decent, and it is cool.
Oh!
Do I couldn't stand up? Maybe if I mashed harder? I don't know. I like that the computer opponent gets score, by the way.
Ready? Go!
Alright, there we go. Brain Buster. Pretty good. Nope. Okay. That's the most demoralizing feeling. You're getting mashed on, or you're mashing to get up, rather.
Unspeakable horror awaits you.
You're getting jumped on, and you're getting up, but you're still getting hit. Thank you, Cody, for your support. No. Not bad.
K.O.
Trying to get the fucking throw. Yeah, there's no way we're once seeing this.
Get set, ready, go!
So yeah, this is again much like VF2. There's no like whip animation on grabs, so it's really hard to get a sense for if you attempted it correctly, but you just weren't allowed. Because the way VF works, and by extension this, is you cannot be thrown. Like strikes always wins over throws. So if you're in the middle of a strike, you cannot get thrown. Which means that if you are punching and I'm trying to throw, in modern VF, you'll just see you'll see me attempt to grab you, and my arms will just I'll just whiff the grab. But in these older games, just nothing happens. Basically, your character just does nothing. Or depending on like if the input for the throw has like an overlap with a punch or something. Yeah, maybe the punch comes out, like in Street Fighter 2. There we go. I was trying to like... I was trying for the Brain Buster like 5 times. But even with the inputs for like back and forward, I'm doing it quickly and then pressing punch plus guard, which makes the character guard, and once you're guarding, it like cancels all movement. Basic pattern EX, punch, punch, kick, down forward punch. I think I remember that.
Get set, ready, go!
Oh yeah, that's a pretty cool stage.
Oh my god, what power!
What power? Oh, nice. So I think I was able to do some kind of stomp before.
Great counter!
The problem is I don't know... Okay, it's just 2K. 3K is this crouching kick, but 2K does the stomp. What if that one loss is the only loss we had? We end up having... Oh yeah, timer.
Oh my god, what power!
Down forward punch is like this little elbow thing.
Great counter!
Except now it did that. Maybe that's just the whip animation, no? Punch or something? I'll do the flippy flip. Animations are pretty cool.
Hey, your unit's gone! K.O.
Yeah, it's definitely... I don't remember if the second game felt better or like was any different. Probably a little bit. But it's definitely got that VF1, VF2 wonkiness to it where it kind of feels like the game is eating a lot of your inputs. Like, it is responsive. There's just a lot of times when your character is in a state where it will not accept inputs. So it kind of gives the
Really hurt.
overall feel of your buttons like not having much of an
Your
effect.
unit's gone. KO.
Ah, rip. And again, like it feels unclear
Get
sometimes
set, ready, go.
whether you're doing something wrong or whether your character or their character just wasn't in the correct state for something to have happened. And usually it's the latter, but because you cannot tell the difference,
Great counter.
it can feel a little not great. I don't know where you would do the big down attack. I mean, the hold up.
Great counter.
It's even just the tap up move.
KO.
Like,
You win.
not easy to like, it's not guaranteed.
Get set, ready, go. Great counter.
But yeah, see that? It does like 2 pixels. I mean, it's not a bad thing, but it feels very different from BF where down attacks can, like, turn the tide. It seems very deliberate for them to not do that in this game.
Great counter. KO.
Nice. Juggles are also kind of
You
difficult in this
win.
because the enemies aren't... Well, enemies. The characters don't quite float same way. Also, this is 60 FPS. It's so... feels a little strange. I mean, it's cool. I'd rather have 60 FPS for some bits than none.
Get set,
Slightly
ready,
jarring. Oh, this stage is cool.
go. Oh my god.
Kind of weird to
What
hit
power.
that combo, but... See, like... Yeah, if you, like... laugh, new record.
You
Nice.
win.
If you really, like,
Get
launch them
set,
over the edge, I guess they
ready,
can't grab it. But if you
go.
kind of knock them
Great counter.
over the edge, they can grab the ledge, and it doesn't... I don't know, if there's a way to, like, stomp on their fingers or something, which I think there is. I don't know how to do it. I think the manual explains it. But it's kind of, if I recall, it's just kind of, even with the explanation, it's not the easiest thing to just do on command. Because even from like a text description, it's it's not the easiest. Because of the timing, and again, because of the way the inputs kind of work, you not really know, like, you can't know exactly if it's just being unresponsive or if you're doing it wrong. Yo, what's up, Al? Thanks. I was in dire need of a haircut.
Superb combination.
Get off, please. No. This is not looking good.
Oh my god. What power. KO.
Kinda hurt. That effect when you die is so cool. BF style, fuck it, just get right back into it, no load
ready,
times. It's the best.
Go.
I remember when I was a kid, when I first played like Tekken or Virtua Fighter or whatever, like games where you have that style of quick continue with no character select. I remember thinking it was like big bullshit.
Great counter.
Nowadays, when you have, like, when I'm playing a fighting game, I usually don't mind just sticking to the same character until I beat it. And having to spend extra time, like,
Superb
looking at win screens and
combination.
continue screens and shit, like, it's
KO.
aggravating. Oh yeah, that's the giant down attack. Especially when there's, like, load times and shit involved, it's the worst. I mean, the best, of course, is if the game allows you to do both. I want to say at least some Tekken games used to have that, where it's like you press start to do a quick continue and select, do a character select or whatever. The second best thing is to have an option in the options menu for character select or continue, like off or on. Did that even deal damage? I think I missed it. But if you don't have a choice, I prefer...
Ooh, that really hurt. Hey,
I
your
typically
unit's
prefer to
gone.
not get the option with the kind of understanding that it's gonna be quicker.
You win.
At the very least, I don't mind not being able to choose characters because it usually does mean that you have to click continue, which I really appreciate. Especially when you're stuck on like difficult bosses and shit.
Go.
Having to like,
Great counter.
when you end up in that kind of situation, which is not at all uncommon. Oh yeah, right, it's like a judo robot. Where the enemy or like the boss destroys you in 3 seconds, and then the game over screen and continue screen and character select takes like 15 seconds. So you literally spend more time like lining up for the next attempt than you do during the attempt itself. That shit drives me insane so quickly.
Get set. Ready. Go.
Such played. Okay.
Great counter.
I just realized what the HUD means. That bar under the life bar, I didn't pay too close attention to it. I thought it was like a guard bar or something, but it's actually like a knockdown bar.
Get set. Ready.
When you're getting knocked down, when you mash, you can see the bar filling up faster. And when it fills up, like that when you stand up. And when I'm hitting him, the bar kind of drains.
Great counter.
So if the bar goes down to the bottom, like that's a knockdown. That's quite an interesting system, actually.
Hey, your unit's gone.
It appears that mashing buttons does not have
You
as much
win.
an impact as wiggling the stick. So that's kind of cool. You get actual on-screen feedback on your efforts to get up quickly. Yeah, learning to beat this game without continues
Get
with
set.
all characters.
Ready.
It's quite the
Go.
tall order, but I mean, I guess
Counter.
you'll get that 30-hour playtime sooner or later. Little pterodactyls animated in the background. A Hollywood sign. How fucking sick is this? Oh shit!
Great counter. Great counter. KO. You win.
Oh, stand up. Oh, then he does the win pose. Nice.
Get set. Ready.
Dude, self bringouts. They're the best. Best part about games that have ringouts. Also, I love that you have these like weird characters, like non-standard bodies. But you can still do like all your throws on them, and then they will animate like slightly differently. Well, they have to, right? Dude, 10 strings.
Get
Yeah, like I guess this game is in the distant future, so Hollywood is all tropical forest.
great counter.
Like the jungles are weirdly difficult for sure. Ah, way am I facing?
Great counter. Great counter.
Ouch. Yeah, Taka's got a bunch of unique animation and unique kind of stagger states and stuff, but it's still pretty like
Get set.
weirdly
Ready.
ambitious for a 1995
Go.
fighting game to have like multiple characters that kind of does that. I'm not sure if this guy actually has like animations that are that different, but there's like the character that's like a scorpion or whatever, not even like standing upright. Pretty sure animations are a little bit
You
different.
win.
Music in this is good.
Get set. Ready. Go. Great counter.
Being thrown, yeah. I could tell that it might, like I lost control. I couldn't move. Wow, he fucking destroyed me that time.
Get set, ready, go! Great counter!
They've done a.
Great counter!
Could have definitely done the big down attack.
Great counter!
There we go. That's pretty cool. You can actually kind of get a an indication on that from the old knockdown bar. That's cool. I like that system. All right, the mirror match.
Get set, ready, go!
I love that he's got like slightly different design. It's not just the color; they're different. Like you can see the panels on his legs, his shoulders, like they kind of look a little different. Wow, now he's got fucking 10 strings. Can I roll to the side?
Great counter!
Nice. I
KO!
tried to throw him, but he was mashing. Well, pressing buttons anyway.
Get set, ready, go! Great counter!
Oh, wasn't sure if I was blocking that or not. Yeah, I guess even if he is getting up,
KO!
like, I guess those attacks are probably unblockable. So, I don't know, maybe it's not a bad idea to go for that big.
Get
Like,
set,
got multiple
ready,
layers of clouds and stuff. Like,
go!
even if the
Counter!
geometry is not particularly complex, like, it's still highly elaborate backgrounds compared to a lot of fighting games. Even, like, you know, Tekken, of course, it's just like a picture and a tiling door.
Great counter!
Which I never was a huge fan of, just like how it ends up looking. Throw it? No, of course he can't throw. Yeah, I figured that was gonna be safe. Yeah, throwing in these older 3D fighting games is definitely very
Go!
highly mysterious. In a way that can be quite unsatisfying. Hard to get. Good brass bond.
Great counter! Superb combination! Hey, your unit's gone!
Dude.
KO!
Okay. He whiffed the knee and I like mashed punch. I couldn't whip punish it, but
Get set,
counter hit him out of something
ready,
immediately afterwards.
Go!
Shit, but he rolls the Sobot.
Hey, great performance!
Oh, no, okay. Might work. Not unblockable, per se. Oh, that's a brain buster too, that's big
Unit's
damage.
gone!
That's a flipping move.
KO!
Yeah, the input, like, I don't know. When I've landed the brain buster, it's like there's a weird delay
Get
after the
set,
input. So I don't know if it's got
ready,
like long startup, except there's no animation. How that works. It's definitely a bit strange. Oh, come on, man. Take animation. Oh, I didn't mean to jump.
Hey, great performance!
Should be there.
KO!
Actually blocked and
You
punished.
win!
Yeah, it's at least pretty reasonable, pretty civilized. Yeah, this is a good soundtrack. Like these games are all like super, like 8 out of
Welcome.
8.
I am not X-Tall. To meet X-Tall, there is more for you to do. You will know when you defeat me. Let's go!
11 out of 10 is what I meant to say. Like presentation, like just the atmosphere, it's so fucking cool.
Ooh, that really hurt.
Yeah, so basically this guy's alluding to...
What power? KO.
Nice, okay.
You win.
That we need to beat the game without losing
Get that.
to get to
Ready,
X-Tall.
Go.
If I recall, the second game has like way more lore in like the opening and stuff. But yeah, the entire thing is like we're fighting in cyberspace or some shit, or like X-Tall is some rogue AI or slash internet terrorist something. I forget what the plot is exactly, but it's the kind of thing you would expect from this kind of game, I guess. And we're like, I guess, ascending the X-Tall tower, as visualized by these orbs on the battle plan screen. That's wonderful.
KO.
Like, we're not getting stuck like 50 continues on each enemy here, but we're not exactly close to 1cc. But I'm sure you can learn strats. I definitely had my eyes on a guidebook for one of these games. I don't remember which one. On the guy, I didn't end up buying it, but pretty sure those would have had like good cheese strats.
Get that.
Maybe that's a good reason to look into getting those books. I'm sure they have like nice artwork and stuff. I mean, it's not going to have a lot of cool paintings probably, but some like CG stuff. Maybe not a lot of unique artwork that's not like in the manual, but more larger format and kind of more accessible. I would honestly like having those books for the sake of having a zero divide collectible anyway.
KO. You win.
I commend you for your effort. But this is not the end. Your battle continues. You must now face X-Tall with all your power.
Sick English dialogue.
The enhancement of the information superhighway has created a society void of human flesh. We were created here and have obtained unlimited possibilities beyond the dimensions of time and space. We are free. Our existence and our battle will not end until we know everything and free everything.
Like, how fucking sick is this? Oh, yeah, that's what it says here. X-Tall, tower message. No miss, no continue. Access to xtall.exe. So no miss means no, you can't lose a round, by the way. Yeah, Lord Akira Sato. So you're not only not allowed to use a continue, you're not allowed to lose a round. Production design and art director Lord Masakazu Fukuda. Yeah, especially like for 1995, like this is so of its time, like in a great way. Like it's very modern, but it's also technically well executed, I think. Pick EO and just mash jab. We can try it. I mean, if it works, it'll be pretty quick, right? We spent 2 hours on TMNT. We can spend more than 21 minutes on this. Yeah, the music in this is really good. So, yeah, Zoom, the developers of this game, they also made some shoot 'em ups. They're probably most known for, or I don't know if they are known for it, but their most famous game probably is Phalanx, which of course was a PC game originally. I think it was on X68000 originally, and then not that I know that that's a particularly noteworthy game, but of course it's infamous or well known in the West for its American Super Nintendo cover art, the bearded old man with the banjo or whatever. But the actual artwork for Phalanx is super duper sick, like the computer version and the Japanese Super Famicom version. And I want to say that there's I wonder if you have to do it on normal as well. So there's like some version, yeah, there's some version of Phalanx inside. I guess it's this and maybe some other game. Like, the impression I get from having looked into this ever so slightly is that they tend to put a bunch of these little secret things in their games. Which again, nothing outrageously unusual. Best laugh, alright. Well, there's no autosave, I guess, so we should save. I like that, like, what fighting game keeps a save count? So, I mean, even if we played on easy, it still showed us all that, like, hints for Xtol. So, I don't know, let's see if it just so happens that Electro Altruism's third hand strats happen to work here. Room ABC. Let's smash jab and see if that works.
Get set, ready, go!
Pretty good so far. Not cool crook, but
Hey, your
holy
unit's
shit.
gone. Great counter. Superb combination. Hey, you
so I wish we
win.
could put it to 1 round, but unfortunately that's not an option.
Get set, ready, go!
Just the one jab, just doing this. Experiment a bit.
K.O.
Oh, dude, that's
You
satisfying.
win.
Let's see how far it carries us. Like I said, if it works, like if we lose, we'll probably just
Get
abort.
set, ready,
But if it works,
go!
we should make pretty quick work of these opponents.
Great counter.
Yeah. This game does also not make it super duper obvious if they're blocking or not.
Get set, ready, go!
Dude, the background just changed, like the lighting's all different now because it's night. That's pretty fucking sick. Oh boy, not the giant swing. At least we're not by the edge. Damage though. Oh, we're dead. Okay, well that's the run.
K.O. Get
That was
set,
like 3 minutes, so we can
go!
We can give that one more shot. Gives me one more attempt at figuring out if I can select the alternate costume somehow.
To the X-Tall Tower. I am X-Tall. You must now defeat all 8 units in order to find me. I'll be
Complaining.
watching
Next time he streams, yeah, it might be a while. But I'm also, you know, fighting game strat, game of telephone. Oi! We got it.
Go!
I, like, held select and pressed triangle or something. Tried every esoteric input I could think of to try and pick a different costume, and I guess it worked.
KO! You win!
So I figured once we get, well, if we get to level 2, I should pick EOS first, because he's like the grappler, right? Or maybe the characters that are maybe the biggest risk factor. I wonder if that's like an infinite. I guess it technically wouldn't be an infinite, even if it does combo, because eventually you will knock him down.
Win!
But maybe it does combo. It's not entirely clear.
Get set, ready, go!
Like, let's move forward. I don't think it combos at all, but it's probably just kind of suppressive enough. Turn around, please. Turning around in 3D fighting games is like weirdly difficult.
Get set, ready, go!
Like, this punch actually pushes her forward a similar amount of, like, just like walking in 3D fighting is also, like, in 3D fighters is also usually like extremely slow. So just trying to take like one step forward is like kind of difficult.
You win!
So the punch actually kind of works for that too. No miss, no like what?
Get set,
What an absurd
ready,
requirement.
go!
Like, it's one thing, you know, like Ryo in Fatal Fury Special, I think is the same thing. But I think that's like more excusable as kind of a hidden bonus dream match.
You win!
I guess, I mean, maybe you would think of X-Tall the same way, but it would seem to me that it's
Ready, go!
more of a, like, the actual final boss. At the same time, though, I guess it seems... I can't say it's typical for Zoom. It's not like I'm that familiar with their body of work or anything. But it seems to align well with a company that does, like, shoot-em-ups and then a game like this.
You
And
win!
they strike me as this company that has a kind of a hardcore bent. They would design a game that's like, fuck yeah, we expect you to spend dozens of hours mastering the shit out of this
Get
game.
set, ready, go!
Dude,
Hey, your unit's gone! Oh my god, what power! Hey, great
No, fuck.
performance.
turn around.
KO.
Oh my god, I had it and I fucked it up.
Get set, ready,
Now I kind of do want to see if I can get it. So let me take this as a practice round. I can't remember the requirements for Goki exactly, but I mean that's kind of the same thing, right? Like it's the equivalent. I feel like would be if you don't get to fight Vega or get an ending without no missing the game.
KO.
Okay, yeah.
You win!
I'm trying to kind of get the timing and rhythm
Get
down.
set, ready, go!
It seems to work well.
Oh my god!
And when I've fucked it up, I've generally just been too impatient. So we'll give it one more shot.
Welcome to the X-Tower
So I'm held
Tower.
select and press circle.
You must now defeat all.
I wonder if that was if holding select is what gave me the other costume, or if
Get set,
pressing.
ready,
Oh wow, okay, it's different altogether.
go.
I was actually kind of wondering when we did the mirror match, like, are we gonna
What power?
see a difference in? Because the whole leopard print, whatever,
Great performance.
seemed like it might be like a third costume kind of thing. But when the AI version of EO was
You win.
just the regular player one color, I wasn't sure. But there we go. There's at least 3 versions of at least this one character, but probably not just her.
Great performance.
Yeah. So this guy gave me a little bit of trouble because I wasn't sure about the spacing. I guess I've been
You win.
traumatized by VF Kids and TMNT. Do not expect my jabs to hit their hands and actually connect.
Get set, ready,
But Tao actually has a massive hurt box.
Oh my god, what power? Hey, your unit's gone. Ooh,
Yeah, just gotta be like, keep your cool, even if you get hit, and just assume that the opportunity will present itself for you to just jab out another 40% damage.
Go! Superb combination.
Nice, we actually got the ring out from it. 1073, wow. Best lap new record. It's gonna be hard to beat. This game is such a vibe. That is definitely true. Like, it plays well, but even if it didn't, like, the presentation and atmosphere would carry it really, really far.
Go!
Well, there we go. That's another color way of... Maybe select gives you the different color, and some other button gives you the different, like, texture or style or whatever. See, I'm gonna back off. Instead of inviting some troublesome situation.
Get set,
And yeah, like, I don't know if...
go!
Of course, like... Oh, never mind. Okay, it was like, oh, the game froze, but... That was weird. If the characters... If there's some character that has more costumes than anybody else, yeah, I guess it probably would be her. But it was not too uncommon in 3D fighters of this era to just have a bunch of stuff like that in it. Okay.
You win!
Whew, that was a little bit scary. What's up, Lead Axel? Draco might be trouble. Oh, let's still... Eos gave us trouble, even if it wasn't for the reasons I expected. Maybe all of them will be troublesome on floor 2. We haven't really
Get set, ready,
level 2.
Go! Hey, great performance! Ooh, that really hurt!
Nice, okay. Well, not giving us that much trouble so far. We are feeling pretty good, thank you for asking.
Ready?
I spent 2 hours trying and eventually succeeding in beating Tmnt tournament fighters, which was a struggle, but very gratifying in the end. And now we're playing Zero Divide, which is a game very near and dear to my heart. All those weirdos. So we're using some cheese strats here to see if we can get to the final boss
Get set,
without losing a round,
ready, go! Great counter!
which is gonna give us access to what I guess is the real final boss. We don't know exactly how it works or what it's gonna do, but when you beat the game, without doing that, it gives you a very explicit hint that clearing the game with no misses, no continues,
You win.
will give you access to Xtal, which is
Get set. Ready.
kind of the antagonist of the game. Who or what Xtal is not entirely clear, but oh shit, it's on button.
You
We got there in the end. So that's about halfway through, right? I don't trust these weird robots to not
Get
be
set. Ready.
difficult. I don't know.
Go.
I don't know if difficult is the right word for it, but
Ooh, that really hurt. Hey, your unit's gone. KO.
that was really scary. I don't trust him to be as cooperative, is I guess the word I'm looking for.
Get set. Ready. Go.
Dude, I'm like hitting him so he's back turned for some reason,
Oh my god, what power!
and that makes like nothing hit properly. But I think probably they'll take more damage if you break their helmet. I hope. I guess. I don't know. Cygnus. All right. See this little line connected through like the path you're
Get
taking?
set,
It's so cool.
Ready, go!
Dude, it's so fucking cheap the way he backflips after he whiffs his down attack, so you can't punish it. Gotta have faith that
Great performance. Ooh,
will give you the
that
opportunity.
really hurt.
Even if they keep hitting me with mids and stuff, crouching eventually.
Get set, ready, go! Superb combination.
I guess that was a comp. I don't know. Combo counter like doesn't immediately show up,
Great
so that was a 4-hit
performance.
combo.
Hey, great performance. Superb combination.
Scary because
KO.
okay, I'm like on the
You win.
close to the edge. I don't even know if there's like 3D movement when you're getting up. I haven't figured it out if there is, but okay, so this is 0 and level 4 up there, that's Zulu. I wonder if you have to beat Zulu also, or if reaching Zulu with 0 misses is enough. Because when you get to him, he already kind of says like, oh yeah, you're not reaching Xtal.
Get set, ready, go. Oh my god.
Yeah, that was a combo.
Power.
Nice. That was very good.
You win.
Oh yeah, I'm not gonna change my strats. This is the fastest way to get past anyway. I'm just curious.
Superb combination.
Yeah, if you're like keeping your eye on his knockdown meter, you kind of tell when you're gonna push him into the air. You can get like the 1 jab, 1, 2, and then like the down attack for a lot more extra damage. Well, let's see if his dialogue's different. Probably should be, right? Or might be at least. And remember, guys, no fear.
X-Tall. To meet X-Tall, there is more for you to do. You will know when you defeat me. Let's go!
All right. Okay. Same dialogue.
Get set. Ready.
I mean, there is more to do.
Go. Superb combination. Superb combination.
I guess you can probably time it, like, stagger just enough so that you don't build up the knockdown meter, because that's like the infinite prevention system, which is actually pretty cool. But yeah, you are absurdly plus on that jab, so you can just link it together. Dude, I wonder actually if you can... No. I was curious if you could, like, clear the input buffer with the guard button like in VF, but doesn't seem to be the case.
Ooh, that really hurt.
Well, I guess. Well, we played on easy, so that might also not work.
This is not the end. Your battle continues. You must now face X-Tall with all your power.
That dialogue was the same, by the way. All right, dude, thanks for hanging out. See you around.
The enhancement of the information.
Yeah, I think we probably needed to play on normal.
A society void of human flesh. We were created.
I didn't really want to, like...
Obtained unlimited possibilities.
Or we need to just do this with every character.
Of time and space. We are free. Our existence and our battle will not end until we know everything.
I mean, this still took like 4 attempts. 3 or 4 attempts, so... It's hard to know if normal would have... It could easily have posed more problems, and we wouldn't have done it. At least we've been able to do it on easy, and... Yeah, I guess the problem is, like, doing it with all characters... They might not all have easy strats like this. Alright. Yeah, I know, but, difficulty does... Okay, yeah, but the reason I'm mentioning the difficulty is, but the game tells you try normal after you beat it on easy. But I am also curious if the game will acknowledge in any visible way that we've achieved this, you know? Because as far as I can tell, there's no way of knowing which characters you've actually beat the game with. DJ, I guess that's the announcer. I don't know why you'd turn him off. It's sick. Well, let's make sure to save our progress towards once he's seeing the game with every character. Christ. Anyway. This game is sick. This was a lot of fun. But we've played it through twice, and that's, I think, quite enough for this game. I'm still feeling a little bit like reeling after TMNT, so I think this is going to be our final raffle. Let me before someone tries to ruin our fun, let's do that. Let me set up the raffle, and we'll enjoy the track mode here in the meantime, and we'll do one more raffle for one more game tonight.
Superb combination.
Electro, thank you for picking the game. I enjoyed this very much. That was a good time. Nice and quick game too. But I like this game, and I'm always happy to pull it out and mess with it. And the raffle is now open. Type raffle in chat for a chance to pick the next and final game for tonight. Wow, I just realized it's 11:55 p.m. Well, I guess that's what happens when you spend 2 hours on a game. editing the spreadsheet here. Zero Divide has been played, and tonight is still 2021-05. No, 11:05. It is for another few minutes. Let's see what you guys will come up with. It's been an interesting mix of games tonight, as it always is. Turns out I own a lot of interesting games, and I have a lot of different, very different fighting games for different consoles and different eras, all appealing in their own way. It's been a nice, fun mix. Even if we didn't get to as many games tonight, it's been all games that have very high quality in one way or another. Like VF Kids is a kind of a messed up game, but there's a lot of love gone into it for sure. We're just like watching the replay of our playthrough. That's pretty sick. He was actually saving the replay. It's a cool feature. I mean, it's not the most riveting footage, I guess, but it's a cool feature. Alright, one more minute for you guys to type raffle in chat to join the raffle. I was hoping there would be like a sound test to listen to some music while we wait, but there didn't seem to be one, so we'll just... This is a PS1 game after all, so if you leave the controller sitting for like 5 seconds on the title screen, usually it goes into the attract mode. This game is surprisingly patient. Most games are like way faster than that. Oh, dude, yeah, that's not the original. That's like an alternate skin for Draco. I'm so impressed with the backgrounds. Like, the backgrounds are so good. Like, there's so many different layers. Like, they're very elaborate for a PS1 fighting game. Even if they're like in this, like, there's not that much geometrical detail, but there's like quite a few different layers, and it is like fully 3D. As far as stuff that like goes beyond this, like if you look at Bloody Roar and the what's the name of the developer? Rakijim. Their games and like Fighter's Impact, like there are games with fancier looking 3D stages that are still like made kind of simply, but I don't know, I still think these hold up very well, and this game came out before all of those. Anyway, that's the timer for the raffle, so let's pick a winner. The winner will be... Boom! Seminasuke, congrats. You are the one who will choose my destiny. And that of you guys too, I guess, being here, stuck watching. It's another 3D fighting game with robots that's varied until Techromancer. I really wouldn't know. I'm definitely, like, I think this game is cool. I love the aesthetics and the presentation. But the concept of, like, robots, like, I'm not that big into robots, so it's not something that I would keep good mental track of. Well, 3D fighting games specifically, Rise of the Robots, those games were 2D. Neo Geo Battle Coliseum on the 360. Alright. This is gonna just require a tiny bit of setup, so I'll just hop onto my BRB screen and we'll listen to some jams, and I'll set that up. But that's gonna be a hot mess, because that game is a bit of a hot mess, but it's a cool game. But yeah, give me a couple of minutes to just set up my 360 here, and we'll do some Neo Geo Battle Coliseum. Hey guys, in just a few moments.
Unspeakable horror awaits you. Unspeakable horror awaits you.
I'm muted. Wow. Okay. Yeah. Thanks for reminding me, letting me know. Yeah, I was a little caught off guard there. Thank you, Geekman, for resubbing. Oh yeah, that sub goal thing is completely. Wow. Okay, I haven't like been on this. Fuck me. All right. Give me a sec, guys. Let me just. I need to.
Well
I
done.
haven't streamed 360 stuff in a while, so there's a bunch of shit here. There. Let me just do this, and we'll just hop on back here, and let me update. I'll just remove that, I guess, and. There we go. That looks better.
Superb.
Nothing Excess has gifted a sub to the most appropriately quality username on Twitch, I'm sure.
Nuts, I gotta catch up on Scam Train emotes.
Sure. Thank you for this, for raining 100 purple bits on the stream, Daziati. I appreciate it. I'm sorry, I'm just like a little flustered here. Jolly Chloe B, Sumo Kumo, Ice Cold, thank you guys for following. I have no idea what happened in chat because I just saw a bunch of nonsense here. But thank you, Dino, for rating. What are you guys up to? We're playing fighting games here. As soon as I can get some order here on everything. I realized that I'm not even sure if the game we're playing is actually installed, in which case we'll just have to get it installed. But we shall see soon enough. Off balance, this is when we strike. Yeah, I guess so. Dino playing fighting games too. I see. Always a good time for games. Why am I not on the internet? I want to say that Geo Battle Coliseum was like on yeah, I don't okay. Connect to the internet. System updates maybe. We'll see. Wing War as a fighting game. Do I have KOF Sky Stage? Well, of course I have KOF Sky Stage. What kind of a nincompoop do you take me for? Have I played it? I don't know, not much maybe, but do I have artwork for this even? I don't think I do, probably. I'm so well prepared here. I don't think well, I have the PS2 version, so let's just slap the PS2 cover art there. That'll do. Let me hide my, in case I have to do some private stuff here. Okay. I think I've set up either it's like two-factor authentication or changing some other stuff. This is not my most... It's like, I usually don't use my 360 all that often. This game is actually compatible on... I technically have 2 other Xboxes I could play this on, but I'm not gonna play this game on a Xbox controller if it can be avoided. And my joystick is not compatible with those consoles.
Unspeakable horror awaits you.
Mochim has gifted a sub to Dat Demo. Congrats, and I guess we completed level 1 of the hype stream. Let's go. You guys entertain yourselves while I set this shit up. I'll just do this so there's no confusion as to what we're doing here. I did that in the middle of typing a password. Now I don't even know what I was typing. This is correct. Probably not. Didn't work. Okay, let's try another password. Yeah, this game is basically... okay, I think I figured it out. This is basically SVC Chaos 2. For better or for worse, I don't know. It's definitely an improvement on SVC Chaos in many ways, but it's also really fucking weird. And SNK was doing all kinds of weird, wild shit with, like, especially... single-player stuff. Alright, there we go. I'm no longer entering top secret information. Let me just fix the filters here. So I guess we'll do this. Also, now that we're on the internet, now shit is in Swedish. I hate that shit. You set the system language to English, and then as soon as you touch the internet, they're like, oh, you're in Sweden, huh? And I was like, yes. So I should own this, right? This should be pretty quick, I think. 830 megabytes. Xbox downloads usually pretty quick. I guess we've been downloading Mark of the Wolves this whole time. Alright, fine by me. I think that was also on either it was games with gold or it was just free. I don't even think it was games with gold. I think Mark of the Wolves was just free on Xbox recently. Oh yeah, let me reset the timer. Now we'll get this running, and I have the PS2 version, as you can see, and that's on the list too. It should be anyway. Yeah, so if you're just joining here from Dino's Raid, what we're doing here is Viewer's Choice versus Fighting Game, which is kind of a community challenge incentive that we do roughly once a month. We're pooling our con coins, the channel points for this channel here, towards the common goal of subjecting me to a bunch of weird fighting games from my collection.
I see hype train. I give bit seems good.
Faultless logic there, Shanrock. Thank you very much for raining some bits on stream. I appreciate it. Yeah, we're currently not gathering funds for that because we're in the middle of doing this stream, but as soon as we finish this and when I return to stream tomorrow, we will start collecting the fight tags for the next Viewer's Choice versus Fighting Game bonus stream, which will be the 11th. And the way it works is if you type VS in chat, you'll see a link to a spreadsheet which contains a bunch of fighting games, mostly from my collection. There's a few emulated games on there, but it's mostly all stuff from my physical collection, well, digital in this case. I guess should I introduce myself? Is that like a customary thing to do? I don't know. I don't know how to stream. But yeah, you can see behind me there's like a couple hundred games. Actually, I recently surpassed the 1,000 count on my game collection on physical games, I think. You see, I don't even know. I'm all loopy here. So I like fighting games, so I have a lot of those. I collect weird old Japanese games of all flavors and eras, but I happen to have a soft spot for fighting games, so I have a lot of those. And this project kind of started as a way for me to... Actually, it started as a New Year's Eve special stream of just doing fighting games. But it has continued since then as a an exercise in revisiting games from my collection that I don't otherwise necessarily get around to playing that often. So this should look better that way, I think, yeah. And yeah, here we are. This is actually a recent purchase, well, not a purchase per se. I got this recently because it was free on Xbox. I played this before. I've had the PS2 version. I played the I was gonna say the arcade version, but I don't actually think I ever played the arcade version. But I played the PS2 version. I played the 360 version at some point in the past. But it's been a hot minute. Let's cool on these North Star jams and hop into the game. That wasn't so bad. Trying to install a PS3 game when those get picked, that was usually a lot worse. Yeah, so this game was originally on Atomic Wave. This music's pretty good. This art's awesome. So is the music different, or do I just not remember it? Like, it's the same song, but I wonder if it's, like, rearranged for this version. But it's probably the same. It kind of looks like some of this is probably have been retouched a little bit for the 360 version. Because the original, of course, runs in 640 by 480. Yeah, I know the in-game, like, I know the in-game graphics are all different. Like, that's kind of why I wanted to play this version. Or, I mean, that's why I have this I guess I would have had it, I would have had it, I would have had both versions on the list regardless, even if they were essentially the same, because it's all about getting around to playing them. But this version warrants its own look because it has some weird stuff going on. But as far as the arranged soundtrack, the thing is, I would have expected the PS2 version to already have that soundtrack, and not that it would have been made new for this version. Hence my slight confusion there. Yeah, someone mentioned Leona. She's not in this game as far as I can recall, but the game does actually have a really cool roster. SVC Chaos was a kind of a trash fire in many ways. But one of the things that the game actually, I felt, did more interestingly than the CVS games was the roster. It had a lot of strange deep cuts and left field picks. I wouldn't necessarily say that I overall prefer the roster per se, but I think it took a more interesting approach to roster. And I think this game has most of the SNK characters from SVC Chaos, and it adds like twice as many. And this game has a lot of deep cuts and unusual choices, which I greatly appreciate. So yeah, this is a 5-button game, just like KOF 11. It has 4 attacks like you would be used to from KOF, and then a tag button. So this is a 2v2 tag game. Did I see Akari in the intro? I believe she's in this game, yes. Was Kaede in this game too? I think so, because it has like these preset tag teams. We'll look at the roster. There's a lot to take in. There's a lot of interesting stuff in this game for sure. Yeah, the arcade mode is garbage. This game, I alluded to it previously when this game was picked. Like, SNK did some weird stuff. Like, SVC Chaos has these boss requirements. You have to get like so many super KOs and exceed KOs, and you can't lose too many rounds. Otherwise, you get a bad ending. You don't get to fight the bosses. This game has that too, and the boss characters like Goodman. There's Goodman and there's fake Orochi. I forget his name, but it's Orochi's sprite, but he has a different name. There's a bunch of bosses, and you have to do all kinds of nonsense to get to them, which we probably won't achieve. But it also has, like, the arcade mode is like a survival mode. There's like a global timer that carries over between matches. It's really weird. Actually, I didn't, Mizuchi, yeah. Yeah, Neo Geo and King Leo. Didn't KOF 03 also have some boss shenanigans? I remember vaguely recall there being something with Adelheid. I don't know. Yeah, the villains of this game is like an evil organization called Wares, which is pretty good. Oh, that's the wrong button. So we'll lower this a bit because we'll get fucking destroyed probably. Actually, fuck it. Let's set it to 2. I'll be destroyed. So yeah, it was set to normal. Let me just. Trying to remember, like. Okay, let me just listen to the beginning of the intro to see if this scene sounds more familiar to me. Nope. Never mind. We're sticking to normal music. Yeah, dude, that sounds shit. That's like the Mark of the Wolves arranged soundtrack from the Dreamcast version. That sounds terrible. But that just sounds like shitty MIDI. I don't know what's going on with this one. It's kind of I don't know. It's pretty whack. Yeah, it's like zoom level. Yeah, so the sprites look like really fucked in this version. They're like filtered. They look super weird. It's gonna look a little bit different in game, but it's kind of weird because it's not like fully Eagle Engine or whatever. Like, it's interesting. It kind of looks. It looks a bit different on like a CRT, that's for sure. So you can like blur it like crazy to kind of hide all the weird shit they did to it, which is like almost better. I don't know. Yeah, it is kind of cool. Like when you go back, I believe it's just a random character anytime you go in. Yeah, so you can kind of see. So, yeah, it's like if you look at the hair, that seems like super smoothed out. Like I don't know. I guess whatever filter they used, it's like smart blur in Photoshop. Like it blurs stuff that has a low contrast, but it tries at least to keep sharp edges. It's a very, I don't know. I mean, I think. See, the way that they've done the sprites, they almost kind of look better with the soft filter, which is a weird thing to say. But like, of all the bizarre things people tried with HD graphics of old games on 360, I wouldn't necessarily say that this is like one of the better ones, but it's like they put more effort into it. Which I don't know if it's good. I don't know. Yeah, I mean, I agree, Dispatch. Like the way, like the sharpness doesn't do the filtering that these sprites went through any favors. So it's kind of interesting. I don't think it was successful. So I think this is custom colors.
Character select.
No, okay, it's just like setting up a tag team. Well, we might have a timer when we actually go into the game, so let's take this opportunity to just go over the roster. So Yuki and I... Oh, wow, Goodman is just there. Okay, that's interesting. Yuki and I are like the new protagonists. As you can kind of see, the characters are sort of arranged with like rivals on opposite sides, rivals slash teammates. I forget if I don't think this game has like tag team specific endings, but it does have like tag team specific supers and stuff. So there are kind of like official teams, the way they're paired up, but some of them kind of make more sense than others, arguably. But they're, you know, it's pretty cool. This game's top tier for having Marco. I think of all the interesting, cool things this game does, I think that's not that high up on the list. I don't mind him. Yeah, we don't need to form Cyberwoo because he's right here. Which is a pretty good pick. Yeah, but Ai and Yuki, they both have moves. Like, their entire shtick is that they kind of reference a bunch of Neo Geo SNK stuff. Yeah, so I guess I kind of have to hop back and forth to... I will just look at them in order, but then we have to kind of pair together the teams here. So Haomaru is there. Kaide from the last blade. Mr. Karate the second, which is so sick that it's not Ryo, it's Mr. Karate. And he looks cool. Like, I mean, the sprites are mostly just the KOF ones, but slightly different. But it's cool. Like, they could have very easily just put Ryo, but no, it's Mr. Karate the second. Yeah, it's like Budokai 1 Ryo. Or Fatal Fury Wild Ambition, if you will. Terry, and of course Kyo. It's 99 Kyo for some reason, which is kind of funny. Like, this is after 03. I guess, yeah, this must have been after KOF 11 also. So this was definitely like a very old Kyo at this point. Oh, okay, here we go, outside. So we got Mizuchi over there, okay. So Iori is Kyo's partner. Oh, was this before 11? Interesting. Just before. Well, either way, the leather jacket Kyo was in 03, so it doesn't really make a difference either way. Totally forgot Rock's in this game. Yeah, he's teamed with Terry. The best Robert sprite. Like, Robert in this game is sick. Like, he's weird as hell, but he looks so fucking awesome. Yeah. My Robert, Tong, I think, and maybe someone else got sort of ported from this game to PS2 KOF 11. Robert's gone through so many different transformations in terms of both playstyles and aesthetics, but I love the way he looks in this game. He's kind of weird in the way he plays. His moves are kind of weird, but his design is probably my favorite design for Robert. It looks way cooler in this than he's ever looked in any of the newer KOFs, that's for sure. Moria from the last blade, again, working with Kaede. Ibagami Genjuro is Haomaru's partner. This arc's so good. So this is not the first, but... well, actually, maybe the first game that really prominently featured Eisuke Ogura's artwork. Because he did artwork. I mean, he worked at SNK since like 97 or something. But I want to say that there was, because Nona did the most like the character pinups like for SVC Chaos, but Ogura did also do like portrait art. Oh yeah, Robert looks like shit in like, I hate his design in 14 and 15. It's he doesn't look like Robert, and it's just a worse looking version than this or KOF 03 Robert. I'm not very hot on, but like 96 Robert and Neo Geo Battle Coliseum Robert for me are like easily the best looking Roberts. But yeah, Ogura is like, there's a lot of old SNK heads who are at SNK now, but as far as like their illustrators, Ogura is kind of the only one who's there, who's been around, because obviously Shinkiro left in like 2000. And like pretty much none of that, like Shinkiro, Hiroaki, Kitasenri, Tonko, what's her name? Eiji Shiro, I think. Like, none of those people are at SNK. I mean, pretty much everyone all of those illustrators who worked at SNK and Capcom and companies like that, like they all went freelance because that's where the money is. But Ogura has been like doing. I mean, if you've seen any SNK games from the last 15 years, you recognize his art style because he's been his art has been very prominently featured in KOF from 12 onwards. And he's a very good artist. I like his art a lot. Yeah, there are other artists there for sure, but I guess, like, I know, yeah, I guess it doesn't surprise me if Falcon is doing stuff. And I'm sure there are other people who have been around, but you wouldn't necessarily know as, like, big name illustrators doing, like, the key art stuff. That's more what I'm thinking of. But I'm sure, like, there's a lot of people who aren't as famous or prominent, and you wouldn't know exactly what they're doing either, because their work then or now is not necessarily prominent or advertised or featured in the same way, or their names. Bongo doing mobile stuff for SNK? That's cool. I mean, it would be cooler if she did more, I don't know, non-mobile stuff, I guess, but I mean, mobile actually, I mean, it makes sense because mobile games actually get a lot of super high quality 2D art, you know, made for it, unlike console games. So I guess that makes sense on some level. Nona was like art director on KOF 13, but I don't think Nona's at SNK, but I could be wrong. I'm not sure. 3D arts where budget goes for mobile games. Oh, I mean, they got fucking better art than console games. Like, I get, like, Street Fighter fucking drives me nuts because for the past like 10 to 15 years, every single like mobile game featuring Street Fighter has like sick 2D artwork. And every single actual Street Fighter game has like shit 2D artwork. I mean, there's some good art in Street Fighter 5 here and there, but it's like they don't like the cover art that they just announced for the new like complete edition or whatever of Street Fighter 5. It looks fucking terrible, but it's following in a long line of terrible Street Fighter 5 cover arts, following a line of mostly terrible Street Fighter 4 cover arts. But like the versus screen portraits, the endings and stuff, like it's the 2D art in like art presentation in Street Fighter is just like a shadow of its former self at best. But I digress. K-Dash just realized he left his oven on, I guess. We got Mai, of course. Yeah, fucking Li Pai Long is in this game. That's so sick. He's like one of the coolest characters in Art of Fighting, and he's got the best music in Art of Fighting 1 for sure. We got Akari again from Last Blade. This game has 4 characters from Last Blade. Asura, of course, from Samsho 64, I guess. Yeah, the game has a very interesting roster. Like, there's pretty much everyone they added that weren't in SVC Chaos is like an interesting pick. And even then, of course, you know, you had Genjuro and Shiki and Asura was not in SVC, was he? I don't think he was, but Shiki was, I think. Or maybe none of them were. Mars People definitely was, as was Goddess Athena. Yeah, so we got Hanzo and Fuma from World Heroes. Dude, I love the artwork of Fuma. So good. Shiki was, okay. Cool, I'm not completely insane. There she is. Washitsuka, also from Last Blade. Fucking Lord Tongfu Ryu. He's such a cool character. I was really happy to see him in KOF 14. Him, of course. Well, I say of course, he's apparently not in KOF 15. I guess we'll see. We're still waiting for a few roster reveals, but looks like he's sitting it out. Although I guess it's not entirely unlikely that he might be part of one of the DLC teams. We'll see. We'll see. Yeah, Kid is never bad, generally. I don't know nearly enough about this game to have anything to say or think about like who's actually strong. I don't know how the game works barely, but him taking a backseat to Brian Battler, clearly. I mean, yeah, that is very sound logic, you know. That's cannot be argued with. So Jeremy, it's pretty sick that she's in this game. Pretty, like, not the most obvious pick for sure. Like, if you think about it, I didn't even really think about it until just now, but the game doesn't really have many grapplers. Like, obviously KOF has a slightly kind of different approach to grappler-type characters, generally. But, you know, there's no Raiden or Big Bear, there's no Jubei Yamada, there's no Goro Daimon, there's no Clark. Jeremy, I feel like, I don't know, I'm sure there are other characters in this roster that have, like, command grabs, but even Jeremy isn't exactly, like, a super grappler's grappler. Interesting for a game to have a roster this big. Then again, grappler characters don't necessarily tend to do super well in wacky tag team fighting games. Mary, yeah, there's like a lot of characters they could have picked. We got King Lion. So, does this game have two versions, like King Lion and King Leo, or is that not a thing in this game? I vaguely recall something like that. Like Shin Shishio, like the red version, but maybe that's not in this. I don't know. Just fake King Lion. Yeah, so K-Dash and Jeremy is a team. That's... I mean, hey, I'd much rather have Jeremy than Maxima, or Kula for that matter, so, like, I'm happy with it. Like, Mai and Kim, like, they just have to, like, pair characters up in kind of a arbitrary way, but I love it. Like, it's the same, we've been talking about that with KOF 15, like, I'm looking for all these weird left field picks for characters. And if we're not getting that, at least like mixing things up in team composition, which they've done to a degree. And where they've done that, I think it's exciting. That kind of stuff is always fun. Strong though, CPU gets super cheap. Yeah, that's pretty typical. G-Manto in KOF 15. I mean, there's certainly a lot of stuff they could do. I mean, KOF 11 had, like, I think 11 is always the one that sort of sets the benchmark for me for like wacky KOF rosters, and I love the roster in KOF 11. They put fucking Duck King and AG in that game. I mean, I'm not in love with everything. I think I never had that much love for the Mark of the Wolves character, especially like as a team. I think that's kind of gimmicky, which is like, whatever. And all the weird, like, I guess you wouldn't call it guest characters now, but like Silver. And it's got like the Jazu, like the weird crow man from Boon, Savage Rain. But it has Gai Tendo, and he's fucking super sick. Oh yeah, there's a Hayate from Poon as well. The fucking karate boomerang champ. And that's a good left field pick. Carmen Cole. Like, AOF3, Yuko Gaiden is like a who's who of lame, bland characters. Like, Carmen Cole could be cool. But it's like, everyone in that game is like making their utmost efforts to look as uncool as they possibly can. Like, I realize that some of that comes from the rotoscoping, which is like impressive and cool, but Joe and Robert at least kind of look like they're fighting. I don't know. They're not, well, Robert's idle stance is the fucking piece of art. But Ryo's got this, he's just like standing like this, pumping his arms, and I don't know. Everyone looks kind of bland and lame. And Carmen Cole, especially, he's just like leaning over with these limp wrists, doing his laziest like Frankenstein impression, and then he's just like, and he doesn't look cool at all when he's fighting. Brody Burt's is like the one character that's kind of cool. Brody Burt's, I feel like, is the one character who looks like a fighting game character enough that you could kind of put him straight into KOF and he wouldn't look too out of place. But everyone else looks like they're cosplaying or just hanging out. It's just, I don't know. I think in the right context, I mean, like, Kasumi was decent enough, and sure enough, she's great in KOF. And I think everyone in that game has potential to be a proper fighting game character, but not a single one of them actually looks cool in that game. So, I don't know, it baffles me when people are excited about Carmen Cole. I mean, Jinhua is I don't know, he's a meme. But, I mean, I would be happy to see him in a new game, but I will never think he's actually cool in that game. No one is really able, like, for the sheer power of his idle stance and wind pose, Robert is extremely cool in that game. Sinclair is, like, decently cool, but I don't know. Reject the notion that Vanessa replaced Rick Stroud when we can simply have both of them. Yeah, I mean, I like both characters. There's a bunch of boxers they could use if they really wanted to. They could make fucking King of Boxers. Just have Vanessa and Rick Stroud, Axel Hawk, Michael Max, what's his name? Mickey from AOF, Nelson from KOF. There's a whole bunch. Alright, let's look at the roster. Yeah, we got Goddess Athena from SVC. Got a weird face. Yeah, I guess Franco is kind of a boxer, isn't he? Man, I kept talking, like, we did a lot of streams looking at KOF 15 trailers over the past couple of months and speculating of characters you'd like to see. Like, I really, Franco Bash came back to me, like, over and over as, like, the type of character I would like to see, because I want them to make those kinds of picks out of AOF and Fatal Fury that we haven't seen. Like, when, who am I thinking? Yeah, like, Pa Jai in KOF 13 was a bizarre pick, but he was super cool. Like, Raiden's kept coming back, but, like, of those characters, like, I would love to see, like, a Southtown team that has, like, Franco Bash and, what's his name? Onfu. And, like, just pick some of these characters that we haven't seen in KOF yet. Like, that would be really fun. And, Franco Bash is sick, so... yeah, so we got Lord Geese. That's pretty good. Chonre and Chonshu's over there too, of course. Haru, who I don't really care much for. Marco is really weird in this game, but I think that's appropriate. Like, I think it would be a mistake to make him a straightforward, like... I don't know, they've already got the Ikari guys. If they're gonna bring in Metal Slug, even though the Ikari is actually not in this game, which is funny, because in the most recent decade, or like the time since this game, I feel like the Ikari guys are fucking all over everything SNK does. Not that I mind, I've always liked those characters and I like those games, but well enough, you know. That's interesting. They're conspicuously missing here. Happy to see Marco. Yeah, I mean, it's cool to see. I don't know. I like Metal Slug. I'm not as excited as some people. I don't mind him at all. I think he's a fun addition, but I'm not that excited. Maybe I'm just being, like, very negative because people are expressing a desire to see Metal Slug in KOF, which it does not sit right with me at all. But he's a weird, goofy, wacky character in this game with a bunch of weird Metal Slug weapons, which is he's in this game. Yes, absolutely, he should be in this game. Metal Slug is a big part of Neo Geo, so absolutely. Fucking Mudman. Nakoru. Like, of all the fucking World Heroes characters, I mean, we got Hanzo and Fuma, but fucking Mudman. I mean, it's sick, but also, what the fuck? Nakoruru. Never. I mean, she's always been super popular in Japan. I've never cared for the character. Yeah, Theo is in Maximum Impact too. It wasn't Mudman, it was Rasputin. I mean, yeah, I mean, I would be... I feel like I'd be happy with almost anyone from World Heroes. They're fun characters, even if they're not super... I mean, Mudman is definitely unique. I was going to say that most of them aren't that unique. They're kind of broad stereotypes, but they're pretty fun. Yeah, Cyberwoo is one of the characters from King of the Monsters, I believe, right? So that's a pretty cool pick. Sarah Westfield from Gon, aka Aggressors of Dark Combat, which is a wild game. But I want to say she's also been like, I don't remember if she was playable in other games, but she's been like a weirdly recurring presence for how obscure her game is and how little anyone reasonably would care. But that's exactly why it's a cool pick, for sure. Yeah, Chonshu, that's a very good face. Lots of good faces here. Fucking Lord Mr. Big teaming up with Geese. That's a powerful team. Mars People and Neo Geo, yeah. Anyway, that's the roster. Okay, I just wanted to back out, but that's fine. Yeah, so it's okay. So it is color edit. I wasn't sure if it was. Anyway, we're supposed to play this game at some point too. I'm just enjoying talking about KOF and SNK characters. I'm not deliberately putting off playing the game or anything, but we may find ourselves enjoying those conversations more than playing this game. Not that it's a bad game, it's just a very strange game. Kim I'm just reading chat. Geese, I would say, is another character I would have definitely, although Kim as well, maybe that's why my brain slipped. A character I'm surprised we haven't seen in KOF 15, but presumably there's a one team to be announced. It seems reasonable to assume that the last team for KOF 15 is going to be something wacky, like guest characters or something special and unusual. But they have announced that the DLC characters are going to be released as proper teams, which I think is great news. It's way more exciting than standalone characters. So I hope, whether it's at launch or as DLC, I would love to see a new boss team. It was cool to see Geese in 14, but Hein is kind of whatever, and Billy. I mean, I like Billy, but I mean, I don't know. I would really like to see Krauser come back. I mean, even if it's Krauser and Big, that would still be exciting. But some new version of a boss team. I mean, I don't know exactly who would be in it, but I think at some point speculate that Antonov, I would want him back, and seeing him on a boss team would be pretty sick. But of course, he's in the wrestler team. But yeah, I feel like Geese is popular enough that it seems unlikely that he wouldn't come back in one form or another. Yeah, Li Pailong and Tong Furu are a team in this game. Yeah, they are doing, like, that's the thing. Like, they've announced that the first season pass or whatever in KOF 15, like there's going to be 2 teams of 3, and it's not like 6 characters, but 2 teams. So that's going to be exciting. I hope they use the DLC teams as like an opportunity to put like weirder teams and weirder characters that appeal to like hardcore SNK fans. That's my hope anyway. I hope they wouldn't put like the most, like, for example, Kim, right? If Kim is part of a DLC team, I really hope that it's not Kim, Chang, and Choi, because that's such a like boring. I mean, granted, I'm not a huge fan of Chang and Choi. I'm happy for them to sit out the game, but I would be much more excited if it's like Kim and basically any other version of, like, you know, put Chalim in from Maximum Impact, put Mei Lee back, or Junhoon, or Kim Soo-il from Kids in Encounter. I don't know. But Yamazaki and Billy. I don't know. Yeah, I mean, you could have another, like, you know, Raiden Huajai was a pretty fun team. Yeah, they can have one character that sells and 1 or 2 weird picks. Yeah, that's kind of the thing I'm hoping for, like some weird, interesting stuff like that. But I assume that it also means that the DLC teams will have, you know, a proper arcade mode ending, hopefully their own stage and music, like to make them feel, because a lot of fighting games, when they release DLC characters, even if they come with that sort of content, like, they tend to feel sort of tacked on and a little incomplete and not quite part of the game in the same way as the original roster was. So I hope by packaging them like that, that it's going to prevent that kind of thing. I hope so anyway. Anyway, I think we've been chatting for about an hour. Let's play story mode.
Character select.
Character select. So I'm probably gonna. Oh yeah, we just straight up have access to all the bosses. That's kind of wacky. I mean, it's nice, I guess, but so the one thing I mean, I guess we gotta pick Robert because he's. I mean, if y'all haven't seen Robert, like, you gotta see Robert. I mean, Kim is like kind of one of my go-to characters in KOF anyway. I mean, I like the Kyokugen characters, but Mr. Karate is weird in this because, I mean, we'll probably continue and I don't know. We'll see other characters too, but his super, he's got a super crazy, ultra wacky Budoki 1 super. So if you're not familiar with Budoki 1, that was a game that was released for the Hyper Neo Geo 64. It's a kind of an MMA sim, a little more towards that direction than your typical SNK fighting game. And in that game, Ryo is featured as Mr. Karate, and the gimmick of that game is that your left hand on the arcade cabinet has two buttons, left and right. And for your right hand, you use an 8-way joystick to control the attacks. And Mr. Karate has a super where once you connect with the super, it's kind of like Giza's Deadly Raid, where you have to like do each button input for each hit of the super, but instead of pushing buttons, you have to hit directions on the stick. And I remember sitting in training mode trying to fucking do that super once, and not being at all able to figure out how the fuck to do it. It's no Juko Rambo, that's for sure. I mean, technically, maybe it is the Juko Rambo, but it's not, you know, not the one you would know from KOF. I mean, I guess maybe. Not that I know. I was gonna say maybe we should pick someone who's like. You know what? Fuck it. Let's go with Miss Karate because I was gonna say we should pick someone who's at least somewhat unusual or interesting for being in this game, but I don't know how to play any of those characters. So at least we get a real team and we get a character who's slightly different. So, oh yeah, okay, yeah, they redid all the stages because they're not in 3D originally. I don't remember if it's also fucking 16:9. What the heck? Jumps are really weird. Yeah, I think this has like the SVC Chaos style dash into run. So look at the life bars, by the way. Oh, it has like. Is that multi-button throws? It's weird. Yeah, his Hien Shipukyak is like a Rekka input. This version does not quite. Give us the full glory of Robert. He's charging this, right? Throw? I think that was a whip throw. No, that was. Oh, there you go. Quarter circle forward and tag does that. Okay, that's like. Okay, Tekken style rage, basically. There's a lot going on here. Yeah, this art's fucking gorgeous. The font's not very readable, but okay. Yeah, the sprites are bizarre in this version. Yeah, it's like, I don't know, it probably some kind of filter featured in for sure, or you know, factored in rather is the word in English. That tone was so weird. Yeah, there's got the high and the low Ryugen. Oh yeah, those are actually cool in this game. I was getting it mixed up with KOF 2003, where he like forms the Jugeki in his hand, and then he like tosses it with his foot, and it looks really weird. Well, I turned on the blurry filter because the sprites are so wacky that they kind of look worse without it. It's kind of different. Actually, I guess we can probably... Wow, it's a weird slow fade. Ice Pillar Pulverizer. Good reference. Fucking translated moves. So Shorty with kick. Whiplash Bash. Jesus Christ. It's like so ghetto. So Tiger Roar Punch. SC, I guess it's super cancelable. And cancelled by Lightning Legs Knockout Kick. And, dude, like, if I can write it in Japanese, it's easier to understand. Yeah, he just like straight up has two different commands for the Hienshipukak. Also, can use one power gauge. Ryukorambu. Heaven Glaze Punch. Posture of Heaven and Earth. Yeah, STM. During posture, like... So, AD Assault. Light Punch and Tag. When partner is Robert Garcia, while in the condition of double assault is available, within the 10 counts after Heaven Glaze Punch. Yeah, so each designated tag team has one unique like team super, which again, like similar to the whole boss fight conditions. Like even the supers have like these wacky conditions. So the Heaven Glaze Punch is the Ichigeki Hisatsu, I guess. So that uses one gauge. I guess it doesn't... Yeah, we'll see if we can... Double Salt is available, and they'll say that on the meter. Alright. He's got the proper Rambu at least. Wait, what's the... Okay. See, the fucking parallax is all fucked up because the characters don't like move properly with the screen. I don't think you can like tag mid super like in KOF 11, but I guess I don't really know. But yeah, you kind of gotta go fast. Also, speaking of which, I forgot the timer. It's not important, but... Because, like, the timer carries through. It's weird. It's a bit of a shame that we don't fight, like, proper team.
No escape.
Isn't this stage... I remember this stage. Maybe these are... I'm trying to find its fucking command normals. Oh yeah, that looks so weird. I'm not a big fan of this stage because it's kind of can be a little nauseating to me, or like kind of hard to parse. But it's not too bad. I just have a recollection of that. So let's take a look at his bizarre super. Lightning Legs Knockout Finisher. Wait, DM? Those are specials. Okay. But yeah, like, I'm trying to remember. Because I know the arcade version, I'm pretty sure, like, because that was a thing they did for, like, KOF 11 and stuff. They added 3D stages to PS2 ports of games. But I'm trying to remember if the stage we were just on, did that get replaced with a 3D version for this port? I don't know. I'm confused. We're just gonna have to play the PS2 version at some point to refresh our memories there. Okay, so you have to have done the extra, the ending on the Gensh Pukyak. No, that's the, okay. So within 10 seconds. Oh, I thought there was another person left, but I guess that was his guard bar. Okay, fine, whatever. Well, we get to see his windscreen. So this game probably too has like weird stuff about having to land supers. See, his sprite actually looks pretty decent. But yeah, dude, even it's not just the vertical scrolling, by the way. When I'm scrolling sideways, the character's feet just start sliding around. I mean, Capcom Fighting Jam achieves the same thing, and that game has fucking 2D stages. So that's like kind of impressive. Okay, so I've connected that. Quarter circle back. Wait, what? Fucking wacky inputs. Quarter circle back, forward back, heavy punch, and change. Oh, it's probably been more than 10 seconds. This port in particular has very strange art decision. The original game is mostly really gorgeous. But the original game has decisions. Alright, let's jab him, I guess.
You win!
So we saw that temple stage. Actually, isn't that a stage from like KOF 13 or not 13, 03 or 11 or something? I recognize it, I feel like, but in 2D. Maybe this version incorporates the 3D stages from the PS2 version of KOF 11 or something. Yeah. I was gonna say that there's a version of this stage where the bear is fighting. So you get the kind of Fatal Fury SNK style like round changes, but because it doesn't have multiple rounds, you just do different fights on the same stage. Also, she's got the Joy balloon. Like, yeah, she, like I said, Ai and Yuki has a bunch of moves that reference other. Like, why? De-assault okay, it says, but the move, I can't get it to come out. So I guess, I don't know if this, I don't know. That move, if I recall correctly, is supposed to, like, eliminate, oh yeah, fuck that. It's supposed to delete the red health. But maybe it doesn't if they don't have a partner, or maybe it just took off a little bit. I don't know. As you can probably, I mean, if you know this game, you'll tell from my gameplay here that I absolutely do not. We're probably running out of time, by the way.
No escape!
Yeah, they're like 3D stages of this era. Oh no, we're not running out of time. We're kind of... not terrible, but certainly not as good as their 2D stages. Even the high-res kind of weird 2D stages in the Thomas Wave era generally look a lot better than the 3D stuff, in my opinion. It's not egregious, but it's not... Like, I think that most stages in KOF 14 weren't, like, really lookers either. Whoa. Is that a weird... Yeah, that's like that's like guard cancel front step from SVC Chaos. It's got weird grabs like SVC, but at least grabs doesn't burn meters. Like in SVC Chaos, whiffing a grab costs meter. That's a choice for sure.
You win!
So many little touches that are kind of add up to this being a little visually underwhelming. Yeah, it says time 431. Like, I think you need to get to this point under a certain amount of time to not get like the shitty boss. Yeah, I think this is probably the most low tier boss you can get. But I don't remember. I just remember the system being kind of stupidly convoluted. Needed to land more D assaults. Yeah, I fucking tried it the entire time and nothing happened. I can't get it to come out. Like, you do the motion and you press heavy punch plus change. And he doesn't throw a punch, he doesn't change, he literally does nothing. It's like, okay.
No escape.
Yeah, the bosses do suck. I do know that. I remember, like, and if I used, like, cheats or something. Like, I remember having faced good men once. I was like, wow, this fucking sucks. Oh, okay, so it's got a different... It's got a fucking 2000 Akuma Ginch Pukyak. Look at his health, by the way. That's pretty cool. What's this music? This is definitely, like, some other boss theme, right? Oh, with my guard bar also. Housekeeping kind of seem to work surprisingly well. You build a lot of meter in this game, apparently. I'm done. Oh, that costs fucking meter. That was supposed to be also Koken.
You lose.
I mean, that kind of went better than I would have expected, to be perfectly frank.
Continue?
Like, this game has cool stuff in it. It has cool 1/4 opponent's lives. Yes, sure, whatever. Good English.
Character select.
Character select. Let's see if we can, we'll stick to these guys, because we're not, like... How do I... That at least should get me the other color. Let's see. Like, I can appreciate the desire to innovate, I guess. I don't know. And there are a lot of things to, of course, very genuinely appreciate.
No escape.
With the art and music and roster, like, you can, there's a very, very tangible love for, you know, these characters and the Neo Geo and everything, but at the same time, you know, there's so many, like, every step of the way, it's like the game is making an effort to make it not actually enjoyable. That's a cool color. Hey, achievement unlocked. For champions.
修行が足らんな。
Never anyone talked bad about this game before today? Well, I think as a single-player game, like, it's a kind of a miserable experience. Because there's a lot of convoluted systems. I don't think it's a bad game. I think there's a lot of good things about it, but there's a lot of weird things about it that seem to be completely, like, I don't know, very baffling to me. I mean, I can't speak to how it holds up competitively or anything. Like, again, like it's a in my estimation, some of those strange things, like, yeah, it might be really fun, but it seems to have a kind of weird, I don't know if learning curve is the exact right word for it, but I think you can compare it to games like Street Fighter Cross Tekken and maybe SVC Chaos to a degree. I'm not saying overall, I'm just saying in the specific aspect of having kind of convoluted subsystems that are, whether or not they're good or interesting or entertaining or whatever, they're hard to kind of grasp and get a good sense of from without, like, really getting deep into the game, I feel like. This game also, like, similar to SVC Chaos, like, it feels similar to KOF, it looks and feels similar, but it also isn't, like, it's similar enough to be familiar, but it's different enough to feel weird, in a way.
Geo Battle Coliseum.
Well, I mean, I still think Capcom Fighting Jam and this is absolutely comparable in, like, on a conceptual level. They're a crossover, you know, celebration type thing, or supposed to be. But yeah, like, compared to SVC Chaos, I think few people would argue that SVC Chaos is a better game than this. And even if some of the weirdest and worst excesses and strange ideas from that game, in addition to just, like, bugs and balance stuff, are largely improved in this game, that, like, DNA of weirdness, seemingly for the sake of weirdness, I think carries through in this game in a way that it, I mean, even KOF 11, like, I'm not a big fan of the tag KOF games, but that is still, like, very restrained compared to these games, because it's, like, yeah, it feels kind of weird, like, the life bars mechanics, again, I'm coming to this as, like, a complete beginner, and I'm coming to this as someone who played this when it was new and found it confusing, and I couldn't really get into it. Which is, like, I don't know, I feel like that's a pretty... I've been an SNK fan, Neo Geo fan, Fatal Fury fan, King of Fighters fan since, like, 92. Maybe even before then, without realizing, playing, like, Hikari Warriors and shit. But I was excited to play this, and I, like, bounced off immediately because I couldn't understand how to do the cool supers. I couldn't get it to work. I couldn't make sense of the single-player mode. And that's kind of the stuff I mean, like, this game feels like it's making an effort to, like, repel players. I'm not saying, like, it's bad because it's not the same as Fatal Fury or whatever. Like, it's fine for games to try new things, and I applaud the effort on some level, but I don't think I think it's like a swing and a miss, because I just, like, man, it's weird. And I feel like if this game had just had been a little more, like, I don't know, not to say that they should have it or they made a mistake, but, like, from a completely subjective personal standpoint, if this was more like KOF and the tag mechanics were more like, I don't know, X-Men versus Street Fighter or something that weren't so weird, it probably would not have had that effect on me where I felt like, oh, this is kind of weird. But I mean, I never played this in versus mode. So if I had a friend to play it with and we both kind of learned together and figured out how the game worked, I might have had a completely different appreciation for it. So I don't know. Chat getting heated here. But yeah, I think for sure, like, there was some wacky stuff going on at the time, and I don't know, maybe it was felt that it was required, like they needed new ideas or something. I don't know, but I don't necessarily think it all worked super well. Because I mean, again, like, I think that's kind of similar to oh man, this is sick. Just having all this shit. So I can't, like, there's no like button to like move to the next picture. That's kind of annoying. Yeah, these artworks are incredibly good. Oh yeah, hey, we do have King Lion and Shin Shishio. So okay. We do have Red King Lion, King Leo, whatever. So do we get the win screen portraits? Maybe that's under artwork. Yeah, I guess so. Like these, like this art's so fucking good. Like I really wish we got art like this in KOF 15. I think like the character render portrait stuff, it's okay looking. It's a lot better looking than in KOF 14, but it's like even Ogura's art that, like, I ranted about this previously. And I remember having conversations with some of you guys about this too on probably on Dino's Discord about how I like the way King of Fighters 15 looks by and large. I think it I still prefer the look of many of the older games. I do think it's a big improvement over 14, but I still think it's an iterative improvement. But it's weird looking at a lot of like the art and the proportions of the characters. Like they made slight but notable improvements in making like the silhouettes of the characters look a little more interesting. I think, like, looking at Kyo, for example, in KOF 14, he looks a little more kind of slim and stiff, whereas in 15 his pants are like a little bit baggier. There's a little more of a distinctive silhouette. It's still, the characters models, the way they're built, I still think have a somewhat bland looking silhouette compared to the older games, but it's still better for sure than in 14. But if you look at Ogura's artwork, like the kind of concept art, because I think this conversation, I'm pretty sure, was spurred by those first illustrations that were released around the time of the first announced trailer, or the like the reveal of KOF 15, and there was like the concept art of like Benimaru and I guess K-Dash and someone else, I forget exactly. And I realized that those are kind of like model sheets. They aren't meant to be like this kind of expressive poster illustration. But even then, like, I felt that, and I still feel to a degree, that those kind of, the stiffness in those illustrations like comes through in the character models in the game. And I wish the character models felt more like this. And I wish, when you win a match in KOF 15, I wish we got art that looks this good. Like, it really fucking grinds my gears that fighting games are so, like, fighting games which has been like completely built on popular and relatable characters that people really like get attached to, and the characters are so front and center and presented with beautiful artwork and like character music themes and stages and brief but impactful storylines and all of that. Like, having those characters presented in the most kind of impressive and impactful and just cool way possible would seem to me like an extremely obvious thing to do. And it's not like they don't feature the characters, but I don't understand in which universe having a 3D model, like for what is essentially a still screen, right? Like, why would you just not have a picture like this? Because you can make it so infinitely cooler and more appealing than just a 3D model. And it baffles me that it's like Samurai Showdown and Soul Calibur are like the only fighting games that do it. And even Samsho, they have some 2D art, but they still use like CG stuff and 3D models too. I'm not talking about the in-game graphics being 3D, but like within the characters select or the windscreens or whatever. They have to admit the 3D model doesn't look as good. I don't buy that at all. I don't think it has anything to do with pride or anything like that. I mean, surely it has to be a business thing or like a marketability thing. Like drawings having drawings in your game make it look like a mobile game. So I'm not saying like there's no reason why SNK should make that decision. I'm saying it fucking sucks ass that they would feel the need to make such a decision, which is so clearly and self-evidently wrong. Not from a business point of view, I don't know, but like from a fucking common sense human being capable of appreciating beauty and art point of view. Like, holy shit, how fucking baller is this? Like, nah, we don't want this. I don't know, it fucking... I mean, I think 2D, like, there's a lot of stuff, there's a lot of 2D games, gameplay-wise and art-wise. Like, I think there's a lot of stuff that over the past 15 years have gone through some phase of being completely unmarketable to a wide audience, have certainly become more appealing, potentially, you know. But at the same time, I think for sure there's like a very strong lingering stigma or whatever you want to, however you want to phrase it. But like, I think we are moving to, like, this is again a conversation I've had on this channel multiple times in the past few years, but I think as more and more people grow up with different types of games, with different types of visual presentation coexisting in parallel, I think the distinction between like a real game and a whatever a not real game would be, you know, whether it's a mobile game or a downloadable game or a game for a lesser console or whatever, you know, like in some, you know, if we think back to like the PS1 or PS2 days, people would have maybe thought differently of a full price game versus a like 505 Game Street $20 game. On 360 and PS3, for sure, there was a very clear divide between retail games and download games. You know, you have proper PC games versus Facebook games and Flash games and web games of different kinds. I think all of those lines are getting more and like increasingly blurred, and I think / hope that people who kind of grow up in the current and evolving landscape of games see things as more not graded on a scale in that same way. And especially when you can have a game like Untitled Goose Game or I don't know, Hades or something like that, like become super smash hits. Those are still anomalies, sure, but I think there's a willingness to accept a different style of game that isn't like ultra realistic war bro shooter or whatever, or like the Sony Prestige Dad of War Uncharted style. Like those things aren't like I don't think those Hades even isn't hitting the same broad demographic as an Uncharted, but I think the gap is kind of closing, at least in a way that alternate types of expressions can find a market. I want to think, at least. And I think And it's not really necessarily, like you're saying, like 3D can be pretty. Shadow Tactics looks great in 3D, of course. And I think it's not like, that's the other thing too, I suppose, that like, I mean, Hades is 3D too, right? Guilty Gear obviously is 3D. It's used to create this very beautiful 2D presentation. It's more about what something looks like than how it's like built, you know? I mean, that's the thing. Like, I wouldn't mind KOF 15 having polygonal models for their windscreens if they looked this good. I'm not saying like it has to be painted with these specific types of pens and brushes for it to be real. It's ultimately the way it looks. It's just that these types of, you know, Guilty Gear looks amazing, but I've never seen this specifically. I haven't seen this achieved in 3D. So that's kind of what it comes down to, like the visual style and presentation of what it looks like, and having this kind of, I don't know, being able to present stuff in a different way and still have it be palatable. Like I think anything that isn't like talking about what's popular, what's mainstream, what's appealing to a lot of people. What does that mean? Yeah, I don't think we're there yet. I think, you know, clearly fighting games don't represent the mainstream tastes to begin with. But I want to imagine that whatever it is that's compelling, like Capcom, to put way uglier art in and on Street Fighter V than on their mobile Street Fighter games that like are only in China or in Japan. I hope that's not like a permanent thing. I don't know, but I would like to believe anyway. But yeah, I mean, that's the thing. That's another reason why I'm generally not super interested in like AAA mainstream stuff, because I mean there are exciting good things happening in that space here and there. I'm not completely divorced from it entirely. But indeed, like when you're chasing that broadest possible demographic, can continue. Get a perfect in a match. Yeah. Can't lose one round, can't continue. Well, okay, we'll see about that. Like when you're as you're appealing to a larger audience, like you're gonna scrub away idiosyncrasies and end up with something with something more kind of bland. Oh yeah, 25 wins in ranked matches. How about that? Seems unlikely. AD Assault Maniac. Use all. What does all mean? Yeah, I don't think I'm gonna get many more of these achievements, but we got one. I mean, yeah, I think it's not a super easy question, but I think it's like, I don't know. Obviously, yeah, of course, you know, talking about pixel art and 2D in that sense, like, yeah, that's absolutely not just a question of cost and manpower, but also having the skill, the knowledge and skill institutionally that had been in a company like SNK or Capcom is absolutely not there anymore, because they, you know, those people haven't been doing that very much, for the most part. But also, like, you know, cost efficiency and marketability, like, yeah, those are factors for sure. And that's why I really appreciate what Arc System Works is doing, because they're leveraging technology to create something that in many ways exceeded, not completely, but in some ways exceeds the visual quality of like the pixel art they did previously, but also gives them the options to do many other different things, and I'm sure streamlines and simplifies other things, makes it more scalable, etc. And ultimately, that's, you know, I happen to really like the aesthetics of pixel art, but at the end of the day, what something looks like is what matters. I mean, I think when we're talking about art specifically, of course, other things matter too. But like, I don't know. I think KOF 15. I was initially very surprised and a bit disappointed to see that it was so similar to 14 aesthetically. I do appreciate that it is a large, you know, significant step forward, and I think it looks good. It's appealing to look at. I was expecting a larger departure, is all. Um, but I don't know. I'm excited to see. I think SNK generally have like each new release since then. Sam Show, I'm not in love. I think Sam Show is kind of. I think every single Neo Geo Sam Show looks better than the new one. To me, more appealing. Um, I think there's a lot more they could have done. And if that game gets a sequel, I'm excited to see how they keep advancing on this kind of thing. I just hope. It's a very tired thing to talk about. Arc System Works should just do everything. I don't agree with that, but I think the same kind of thinking could be applied in many other games to achieve a similarly interesting result that like specifically evokes techniques associated with 2D art. I think that's the thing that a lot of technical advancement that happens in video game graphics, I think, tends to overlook the fact that with each paradigm and each like associated technical limitations, there, even if at the time you think more about the limitations than like the stylization that inherently comes with a certain set of limitations can be appealing on its own beyond being simply kind of good for being within those limitations. Like, I've been playing a bunch of PS2 games lately, and I really admire like high quality PS2 3D artwork and PS1 games for that matter too, because technology was not yet at the point where realism was something that could be substituted. Like, you couldn't substitute kind of art direction and stylization for realism. Even the most kind of realistic looking PS1 games will have a lot of painted elements to it. It will have a lot of cheating to get that look in a way that can be it's anything but bland and generic, because a lot of decision making had to go into to achieve that specific look. I'm not saying decision making isn't involved in making a game like Uncharted or whatever, but when you're defaulting to kind of a realistic approach, there is an opportunity, there is room, there is a possibility of simply kind of shrugging your shoulders and going with some kind of a default something or other. And I don't think that's only like happened very recently. Talking about PS2 games, like I've been playing, well, I have it right here. I've been playing Onimusha 2. I'm in the middle of a playthrough right now. Capcom, of course, were experts at making appealing looking character models with a lot of like beautiful texture detail. They could incorporate that painted, like the illustration style of their extremely talented artists. They were able to express that in 3D because they were incorporating a lot of both painting in the textures, but also just like the stylization of the anatomy and proportions and whatever else. And for all the games that really have that, you also have games like, I'm thinking specifically in this, the picture I see in my mind is like a Scooby-Doo game for PS2, but there are a bunch of those like licensed cartoon games or whatever that don't do anything interesting with shaders or whatever. They just slap these models and put this super bland, generic, like Blinn shader that gives this like very generic 3D shading on everything that makes it look like shit. And if the same games had been on PS1 with like no shading, they would have looked better. Like they could have taken a simpler approach technologically that would have looked better, but they used the technology of the time and applied, essentially was kind of a default 3D rendering, and it doesn't like do those types of models and those styles of graphics any favors. And I think as technology evolved, as you start getting more like dynamic lighting, normal maps, shaders, and post effects, whatever else, like if you, not just recently, but even going back to like Unreal Engine 3, if you bring up UDK or any modern version of Unreal Engine, like there is a default shader and a default look to materials and lighting that will get you far. It looks good. It's pretty. It's very easy. And I'm not saying that like most game developers just kind of plug and play and use the whatever defaults, but the fact that there even is something as a default when it comes to video game graphics, I think is, well, the problem. Is very kind of a doom and gloom way to look at it, but I think that's a strong contributing factor to like games that do not have that do not stick to that default. Like, you have to not stick to the default to be distinctive and stand out and be interesting visually. And I think there being a kind of default means that to that super wide mainstream audience, that becomes the more palatable thing. So it's not necessarily that people prefer it or have a strong opinion about it, but like going back to PS1 or PS2 type days, there wasn't such a clear divide between a default and a non-default, I feel like. Whereas now there kind of is. So that's kind of maybe hurting, even if there is on the fringes like a greater appreciation for other types of visuals. I don't know. I think this is a very complicated but very interesting topic, and I feel like for every year that goes, my tastes and preferences when it comes to art, they evolve, but also become more crystallized for me. Like, I understand what it is I appreciate, and I mentioned just the other day streaming that, like, man, I look forward to, like, we're currently knee deep in, you know, PS1 looking games. You have like the PS1 like remake of Bloodborne. You have all these like PS1 horror game demo disc projects coming out. Like, there's your, you know, Dusks or Amid Evils, or these like PS1, well, it's not PS1 specifically, but like, you know, mid to late 90s style boomer shooters. So what I'm like waiting for is, you know, within the next couple of years, when we're going to start seeing the trend of like these PS2 kind of looking games, or like games that do more with like painted textures, not going for this super grungy, pixely, low res look, but incorporating more like, yeah, painted detail, maybe some slight, you know, lighting effects and stuff, but bringing kind of one-to-one those like paintings and illustrations into a 3D world, because I feel like you see that so rarely nowadays. Everything has a more specifically kind of either CG look or kind of a realistic look that transcends the style of painting. Like, it's so common, right? Like, I don't know if I had thought about it in those terms, but like, I feel like it's a very common sentiment that when you look at concept art for a game, that you feel like, man, this looks so much cooler than it looks in the game. You look at creatures and characters and even environments, and they're super gorgeous and interesting, and then you see them in the game, and it's like, oh, okay, well, I can see where they were coming from, but it's not nearly as cool looking. And I think that comes down to a lot of the time, like the rendering style and the techniques used are not as interesting or evocative as the rendering techniques used in those paintings. And I think on like a PS2 type technology or like platform, because the actual 3D rendering techniques are not that sophisticated, you might have a little bit of shading, you might have actual like proper lighting and shadows, but for the most part, you're simply you're painting the textures, you're putting your actual paintings on those 3D models. So whatever style you can achieve in painting, you can kind of slap that onto a model and to a degree achieve that same look. And that's really what I'm missing a lot nowadays. So that's, you know, if we're not going to get as much like stylized rendering from a technical standpoint, at least hopefully we can see more kind of indie stuff, grassroots like attempts at those types of things. Of course, you know, the best looking games that I really love from that era, they also were, of course, powered by those fucking insanely godlike artists. Not that there's any shortage of super talented artists in like the indie game space, but you need that too. it's being able to leverage the technology in like the kind of correct way to get that art style and feeling. It's not just that a specific set of technical limitations in and of themselves are going to like achieve that look, but I don't know. I don't know. I mean, I think it's I think when I talk about defaults, like I don't think it's quite as simple and clear cut as that, but I think for sure, like, it's in terms of, I can't imagine it not being a contributing factor, I guess. But yeah, I mean, ultimately, you need artists, and you would hopefully see attempts made at bringing that art, the vision of that art, to life one way or another. I'm anxious as all hell to see what Street Fighter 6 is going to look like. I mean, I like Street Fighter a lot. I like Street Fighter 5 artistically. There's a lot of things I do like about that game. I think a lot of things were significant steps up from Street Fighter 4. Other things, maybe not so much. I think Street Fighter 5, by and large, is an artistic kind of iteration on Street Fighter 4. I don't think it's a departure, really. I really hope that Street Fighter 6 will feel like a departure. But if it doesn't, I really hope it's going to feel like a big step forward, at least. But we'll see. I mean, I'm not thinking specifically of, like, character designs per se, but more like just the entire approach to how, like, that's the kind of thing. Like, Street Fighter 5 uses a lot of interesting techniques with, like, color grading and contrast and stuff to make the characters pop from the backgrounds. Like, there's a lot of interesting stuff like that that I think are significant advancements from Street Fighter 4. I think some of the stylization and how they render certain things, like, are similar to 4, just better executed. But ultimately, it feels incredibly iterative. It doesn't feel like it felt like they took what they had with 4 / took, again, talking about some kind of a default. I'm not necessarily talking about Unreal's default shader, but, like, I don't know. Like I said, I really don't want to sit here and say that Arc System Works should do everything or whatever, but I think they provide such a clear template, not in the specifics of what they're doing even necessarily, but they're providing kind of a template for the concept of thinking completely outside the box of conventional 3D rendering and saying, like, no, actually, we want to make this look exactly like our 2D games. So what do we have to do to achieve that? And I want Street Fighter 6 to look like Street Fighter artwork from the olden days. Like, Capcom's artwork is, like, tremendously influential on me as an artist, as a video game player, and, like, I love that stuff to death. And I feel like my entire, like, and I'm not alone. I feel like there's at least one whole generation, if not multiple generation of people whose, like, artistic sensibilities were completely forged by Capcom's art in the early to mid 90s. And I think Street Fighter 4 and 5, for whatever there is to appreciate about how those games look, I don't think they come anywhere close to evoking the feeling of those artworks the same way that the 2D games did. Because even if parts of Street Fighter 2 is kind of janky looking, it still was incredible for its time, of course. And even today, at least in the later Street Fighter 2 stuff, like, there's super gorgeous pixel art, and you can really feel, like, you know, look at the character portraits in Super Street Fighter 2, for example. Like, they're in that, like, top tier of Capcom artwork, and that's in the game itself. And the character sprites, yeah, maybe they don't look quite that good, but you still have that feeling of cohesion. That's all part of that. And then you look at the Alpha games and the Marvel games and Street Fighter 3 and CVS, and, like, all of those games, even in their different styles, they feel completely, like, part of that same lineage of incredible artwork from incredible artists. And when you look at Street Fighter 4 or Street Fighter 5, like, that is not the feeling I get, at least. You know, you can maybe connect some dots here and there, but it doesn't look like that artwork come to life. And I don't even want to say how I think they should do it, because I think what I want to see is them coming up with something that I couldn't have thought of from a technical standpoint. much like what Arc System Works did with Exert and all those games since. I understand it now, and I think it's brilliant. And I think a lot of it is like super straightforward and logical if you really think about it. But until someone did it, it hadn't really occurred to anyone to approach it that way. That I feel. And I want to see that same level and same type of both open-mindedness, but also like singular dedication to recreate, or not to recreate even, but like to create a specific look. In this case, like sort of based on. I mean, personally, I think Kino Nishimura is my favorite Capcom artist, so I would really want Street Fighter 6 or any Street Fighter at some point in history or the future to look like Kino Nishimura's artwork. And like, I think even with Ikeno's influence on Street Fighter 4, like the game doesn't look like. I mean, you can see that there's art, there's concept art and like character, like model sheets and stuff that look about as goofy as the in-game models. You can see that they're based on those, but again, with the rendering techniques and everything, it doesn't actually look like his artwork per se. But just the way like the colors and contrast and I wouldn't say that it's what I would want for Street Fighter, but I would love any game to like look and feel like a Shinkiro artwork. Like that would be interesting to see what that would look like. I feel like that would be a much more interesting. Like you could look at Resident Evil, for example. He's done a bunch of Resident Evil artwork. I don't mind the way the modern Resident Evil games look because I think the realistic approach doesn't betray the original sort of style of those games. But it would be like, imagine if effort was put into that extreme level of stylization to get those like still realistic-ish, but very much, fashion model, beautifully impeccable people. And I'm just like thinking of, lighting and atmosphere and colors the way he does in his posters and stuff. Like, what an interesting vision that would be. I don't think they would or could or should, but just like as a thought experiment, like that would be cool. Like I want to see like that. That reminded like I don't remember the name of it, but that Korean game that Sony I think showed off, not the most recent Sony Nintendo Direct, but one of the previous ones. It looks like a kind of a DMC Bayonetta sort of game with this female protagonist in this sci-fi environment. And that game is, I forget the name of the studio, but it's Young Tae Kim's studio. He's a very famous artist who has a distinctive style, and he did a lot of stuff with what was the game, Magna Carta, and a bunch of other stuff. And like that game, when I learned after the fact that it's Project Eve, I guess that sounds familiar. Like learning that it's his studio making the game, it's like, okay, yes, I get it. I thought it looked cool originally, but knowing that he's behind it, it's like makes it cooler to me because I can see it, and I was like, yeah, okay, that makes perfect sense. Like this is a game that has his sensibilities all over. And being able to like look at a game and see an artist's sensibilities reflected in not just, this game features character designs by : some name, but like it would be cool to see a game, you look at it and you go like, this looks like Shinkiro's artwork, or this looks like Kino Nishimura's artwork, or that's kind of the dream. And I think you can play when you play games that have 2D, or you play like 999, which has a lot, Kino Nishimura did all the art basically, right? And it's a game that looks like her art because it is her art, and it's awesome, it's gorgeous, it's a cool game too. And I want to see strides being taken to figure out how to do that in 3D and how to do that in fighting games, because I really don't think I mean, it's not saying it's easy, but it can't or shouldn't be impossible. So that's the kind of innovation and like distinct like steps forward I would like to see taken with whether it's Street Fighter 6 or KOF 16 or whatever. Like it's I mean, I don't think that's necessarily the only thing. Like I think funnily enough, speaking of Capcom fighting games, obviously Marvel has been like a hot topic. I was actually thinking of Darkstalkers too, which is like I feel like, ever since Darkstalkers Are Not Dead and whatever 10 years ago, 13, whatever, however many years ago. I've heard a lot of people say, and I completely understand this, where like Darkstalkers is cool, but I'm so scared of what a new Darkstalkers would even look like, what they would be able to do with it. I think that's a completely justified fear. And on a related note, Marvel Infinite looks like trash. It looks terrible. There are parts of it that are great. The animation is still great. The VFX are great. Like, there are cool things in it, but the general approach to the stylization and rendering is just like not doing those concepts any favors. It's terrible. And I think most people with half a brain or any kind of appreciation for aesthetics will say that Marvel 3 is a prettier game. It's a nicer looking game than Marvel Infinite. But I think even like I don't think it's a crazy statement to say that Tatsunoko versus Capcom is better looking than either of them. I think Marvel 3 looks good. I think both of them look really cool. But I think what Tatsunoko has like over Marvel 3 even is that it gets closer to that like PS2, as I described it, style of just like putting the painting on the characters. Like, yeah, of course it's like some fewer polygons and some things are slightly rougher around the edges, but it's I don't know, it's like looking at like the sort of evolution from Tatsunoko to Marvel 3 to Marvel Infinite, and it's like, dude, fucking you've got like if you're making the next game, like look at what you have to reference, like just use your eyeballs and see which of these look the most appealing. Fuck whatever like bullet points you can add in terms of like what you're doing with shaders or whatever. Just like fucking see how good you can make this look by just making it like keeping it simple. I mean, yeah, I don't know who I'm trying to convince or who I'm talking to with this, but I think I think a new Darkstalkers absolutely could. Like, it would be interesting if this is a complete pure thought experiment. But like the Darkstalkers games, I mean, I guess eventually the roster grew a little bit, but they could make if such a game were to come into existence, it wouldn't need to or be able to launch with like 30 characters. Having it be focused on a small roster to put more effort into each of the characters and like have it be, I'm not saying I would expect it to look anywhere near as good as the originals, but I don't think it necessarily would have to be a train wreck. I'm not saying that I believe it likely would not be a train wreck, but like I think they did some impressive stuff in, I mean, Morgan and Jeddah in like Marvel 3 and even Infinite. A lot of the things that makes it feel like you couldn't do Marvel or Darkstalkers in 3D because the characters transform and do all kinds of crazy shit. I think they've shown, and we've seen in other games too, that like, no, I don't know, that's not impossible. You can definitely do it. Obviously there's a lot more to it than that, but I don't know. I think it could be done, but I love those characters and I love the art and presentation, but I don't love the series to the point where I have a strong investment in what I would want or how upset I would be from a new game coming out and being bad. I don't know. The other franchise with a smaller team that cares about it. Yeah, I think Sega's done some really cool stuff with that. Sega's been very interesting in their licensing approach, and I really hope we're gonna keep seeing more interesting stuff from that. And they're not alone either. Like Konami, the Getsu Fumaden game That's like isn't that like a Chinese indie team or something who making that game? Um, there's some other example I can't think of right now, but like, I want to see more companies if they're not going to do anything with their IP, and or if they consider it not worth their time, to do like a small project. Like that's another thing that we've talked about here before. Capcom announced, I guess, at some point after the success of like RE2 and DMC5, that like, oh hey, maybe we should actually do shit with our IP. And I guess, we got the Ghosts and Goblins game, which was by and large really really cool. There's, I guess, leaked information suggesting that they are making some kind of new Final Fight due out in like 2023. So I guess that's a big AAA thing. But basically, I would love to see Capcom remake and reboot and reintroduce a lot of their old, because they got so many cool old IPs. But when they do, I don't want big AAA reimaginings. I want, like, if there's a game that was popular and I would like to see come back, it probably was popular not just for the name and general premise, but probably also for how it played. So like Ghosts and Goblins is a perfect example, because that actually brings back the appeal. It plays and feels like those games. It has a lot of new ideas and a lot of cool stuff. Not some stuff that I didn't love, but it very much isn't something that like it's gonna repel people who were fans of the original thing, whatever it was. But if, for example, like, yeah, Final Fight, I'm very anxious to see what that's going to be, because I think, I don't know, I feel like another giant rant coming on here, and I don't, I need to go to sleep soon at some point, but I think and hope Streets of Rage 4 has shown that there is a market for actual arcadey beat 'em ups that don't have a bunch of RPG bullshit, that there's a market for 2D action games and stuff like that. And I think time and time again, even though I wouldn't say that it's impossible to do a 3D beat 'em up that captures the appeal of an arcade 2D beat 'em up, but it seems pretty fucking hard because not a lot of people have gotten anywhere close to it. And I think Final Fight is a perfect example of something where, yes, you can take the premise and make something different of it, and it can still be appealing, it could still be an interesting game, but it wouldn't scratch the same itch as the original arcade Final Fight. But I would love to see a new Final Fight that just isn't a proper sequel to the original Final Fight, as if it had been made in 1993 or whatever. Maybe using whatever art style or 3D graphics or whatever, but the way it plays, the game design, like, is what I would want. And you're not going to get that if it's like a $70 game, because that's not how the business and how the market works. But that's what I would want, and that could be them saying, we want to do something with Final Fight, but in order for that to make financial sense for us, we need to put this much money into it so we can make a large enough product that we can get this much return of investment and make this many dollars off of it. And if that's the case, and it means that a smaller arcade style Final Fight could not happen, or they could not make it, it could not be worth it for them to make it, for them to then instead hire someone else or license out the IP to someone who would be willing and capable of doing something like that, for me, that would be the absolute best case scenario. So clearly Final Fight they're making some attempt at something big with it, which is like, I'm open to that. I think Final Fight has certainly had its ups and downs. If you weren't around for it, we played through like every Final Fight over the summer. We played through like 15 different ports of the original game and all the sequels and spin-offs and stuff, and that was a lot of fun. But like, yeah, Final Fight has had more bad games than good ones. But there's some very beloved characters. And I think I'm perfect. Like I said, I can enjoy modern AAA games. I think Capcom is generally, like, by and large, seems to have hit pretty well with, Monster Hunter and DMC and RE stuff. Like, they can make a good, big, modern game. And if they make one that's Final Fight, yeah, I think it could probably be a good game. But I cannot imagine how that game would scratch the same itch as the arcade Final Fight. I just don't see that as being possible. So I would still want to see something like that. But anyway, Neo Geo Battle Coliseum, I guess. Yeah, Streets of Rage 4, I think, is an excellent, excellent, excellent game. And I definitely have, speaking of art, I have a lot of misgivings about the art in that game. I don't think it's a bad looking game, but I think artistically it's a massive departure from the older games. And I think it's well executed for what it is, but stylistically, I would have preferred a much different approach. But I think Street of Rage 4 has, hopefully at least, from what it looks like, helped usher in a trend of beat 'em ups that aren't full of RPG bullshit and grinding and 8-hour campaigns. Like, you still get those things, but I'm very hopeful for the TMNT game because it looks like it's that and not RPG nonsense. I don't know. Yeah, they made some smart decision. I think the pacing is very well done in that game. I bought the DLC. I haven't even tried it yet, but it sounds really cool. And I think that's like what they really got right with that game, among many, many other things. But I think they did a good job of like making something that, for someone who comes to it with the kind of contemporary sensibility of this game needs to be X hours long to be worth my time or whatever, like they provide enough to make it feel like a substantive experience. But for those of us who come at it from like a classical arcade beat 'em up sensibility, like, yeah, the arcade mode, getting the 1cc, like that's the real version of the game, and it's paced such that it is meant to be played in a single sitting from beginning to end. It's not padded to satisfy people who don't like that style of game, which is very good. Well, I wouldn't quite say that we're past that alias, because I mean, fucking River City Girls 2 is coming out next year, right? And the first game was not as bad as I feared it might be in some ways, but I did well, but it wasn't good. I didn't like it much. Yeah, Fight and Rage is an excellent game too. Like, but I think Streets of Rage, of course, obviously has a little more visibility and can help. But yeah, like the RPG shit is one thing, but I think also length and pacing, like, a beat 'em up just shouldn't be 3-4 hours, let alone 8. Because then you lose so much of the appeal of what it can be. Like, you should make a game that's finishable in an hour or two max, but provide plenty of reasons to come back to it and play it more, and just be smart about how you package it to the type of players who won't instinctively understand that themselves. And I think Streets of Rage did that pretty well in many ways, the way it sort of presented the story mode as the default, even though I think, again, a lot of people, a certain type of player, will recognize the arcade mode as the real mode. They put the level select, they have these little progress bars towards the next unlocks, so you feel like you have something more, like, if you don't understand that you're playing it because you're enjoying playing it, if you need a progress bar ticking towards something to trick you into thinking that's what you're playing for, like, they give you that too. And then with the randomizer stuff, yeah, then you have like new content and replay value. Like, if the idea of replaying the same game that's still fun seems too alien. So I think they really struck the balance super well in conceding to modern sensibilities in a lot of ways without sacrificing or compromising the very sort of classic arcade experience, which I think very few modern beat 'em ups have managed that. Fight and Rage, I guess, would be the other notable example. Yeah, I think the presentation in River City Girls is amazing. The art is great, the music's great, the animation is fantastic. It's super charming, it's nice, but the combat kind of sucks. It's like not very fun to play. It's very annoying, and it's way too long, and it's kind of tedious. Like, they didn't go nearly as crazy as I thought they might with like non-linearity and RPG kind of stuff, but what they do have there, I don't think improves the game at all. Like, it is almost kind of linear because you're going through these like sections in an area at a time, but yeah, it's terribly paced, and there's like no popcorn enemies. Like, every single enemy the first dudes you fight, you have to knock them down like 4 times before they die. And that's just like, oh, no, you don't, no, you can't do that. That's like, you need to have enemies that go down quickly. Beating on the same dude, like, even if you, like, yes, you can level up your character, you can get combo moves and shit that lets you take down enemies more quickly, but it's just the fundamental core of how the fighting works. And like, you don't have iframes summon anything. Grappling sucks ass. That's a fucking cardinal sin in beat 'em up design, in my opinion. Yeah, so the River City Girls was like, I don't know, Way Forward or just, I don't know, between Double Dragon Neon and RCG, I'm just convinced that they're not incompetent, they just have completely different ideas and tastes in what makes a good beat 'em up than I do. Which is exactly why I have zero expectation of RCG2 being any better. Like, it might be better in some ways. I'm still interested in playing it. I'll probably buy it, but I don't think all of the issues I have with the first game, I expect none of them to be addressed, because I don't think the developers nor a large audience consider those issues in the first place. Anyway, guys, I feel like I've been attempting to end the stream like 5 times. I'm very much enjoying this conversation, and I'm happy to have people here to bounce off of, to rant to, chat with. So yeah, thank you again, Dino, for bringing a bunch of people. It's been fun. Thank you everyone else, of course, also for hanging out. We got a bunch of new followers, some subs and bits and all that kind of stuff too. That support is not required in any way, but greatly appreciated, of course. I see Nightbot is busy shilling there. Gana-san, thank you for the follow. Yes, so if you are new here, I do stream usually Mondays, Wednesdays, and Saturdays.
Excellent.
And the occasional Friday bonus fighting game stream, as we have done tonight. I will be back tomorrow from 1 p.m. Central European Time, when we will continue my current playthrough of Onimusha 2. So, I guess I will see at least some of you guys then. Well, Alias, I won't hold it against you. Twitch is weird. Maybe you were following me at some point, maybe you weren't, but you are now, so we're all good as far as I'm concerned. But yeah, if you enjoy heated debate on fighting games, video game art direction, 2D art, old Japanese games, or whatever the fuck else, tune in for more of that on Saturday. And until then, take care, and thanks for watching. We'll figure out who else is streaming, and we'll send you guys their way. I should have probably played some music for the last hour or so, but that's fine. We'll get some jams going here as we sign off. Please stick around and join the raid, and we'll see who we're going to be visiting. But yeah, thanks for watching. See you guys around.